Alright. We should be good to go. So I need to make sure that I have all my buffs set up. Actually, I forgot to do something before I started. I knew I was forgetting something. So, because I got a lead of my old free company, I should actually go and put an XP buff up before I begin. Okay. Cool, I get to demonstrate that. Fun. So, I can head over here. I guess I'll queue, because I'll probably have to wait in queue for a little bit, so... Probably reset my progress. Yeah. Delete that, enter Heaven on High, enter with a matched party, and floor 21. Shit, that was an instant queue. Oof. Alright, well, good to know that there's an instant queue up, but I need to do something first. How does a penalty count for abandoning a duty actually work? Because I've never actually seen that. Air Force 1? You know what? Fuck it, I'll do Air Force 1. I need to get my the gates done for the weekly challenges. I think I've gotten, like, a penalty one time before. And I have no idea what it does. Huh. Either way, can check that off. Hopefully it doesn't actually do anything. But I was not expecting an instant queue on that, so that's just a bit unfortunate timing. At the very least, it should make things a little bit faster once I actually get into it. Why is my phone ringing? I need to start putting my phone just, like, somewhere really far away. Because for some reason, I always get spam calls right after starting a stream, and it's, like, the most annoying thing ever. Alright, there we go. Alright. Should be almost done with this, then I can go enable my XP buff. That last part always, like, scares me a little bit. I'm afraid I'm just gonna hit the wrong thing. Whew. Okay. It's like, I don't know, fucking Air Force 1. It's so easy, but then it's also so easy to mess it up and just lose your perfect score that I always get really nervous whenever I do that. Okay, Ulda. Right. And I will... this way... I forget which person it is. It's, this one? No, the Quartermaster, I think. Spends company credits... Yeah, so it's, Heat of Battle 2. Well, you have a decent amount of credits saved up. What else can you get? Huh. GP company seals. Honestly, there's some nice stuff here. You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go with reduced teleport fees. Can I need a battle to execute? Cool. Now I'm set to go. Hello, Ahmed Janidi. Good to see you. Okay, Far East. I always head to Kugane first because that is my discount TV point. So I can go there and then I can bounce over to the Ruby Sea. And I should be set to go. I think that's all I need, and now I can just head over here and start farming Heaven on High. Alright. Enter Heaven on High. So, last time it was instant queue. Hopefully it's at least fast this time, because I don't want to be sitting around in queue for a really long time. I guess while I wait, I could go over here and do triple triad stuff. Definitely couldn't hurt. Your internet is shit, you're watching the stream at 144p? Damn. I mean, not much is going on right now, to be fair. Last time I tried to watch something in 144p, I couldn't make out anything that was going on, though, so... Yeah, I can imagine that's, like, not the most fun thing in the world. Oh, fuck, I hate plus. I fucking hate plus. I'm gonna need to do something to get this one back. I don't know. This... Wait! Oh! That's lucky! Fuck yeah. And I got the card. Alright. We take those. Yeah, so my luck continues for triple triad matches on stream. I've been getting pretty consistently good luck with that, and that luck persists, which is awesome. So I haven't done Heaven on High in a hot minute. What is this? Inner Release. I've also never done it on Warrior, so any new buttons I have are going to be not sorted properly. Because I farmed this with Gunbreaker for a while with one of my friends, but definitely not something I'm as familiar with compared to like Palace of the Dead or something like that. Okay, let's see. I need to look at actions and traits. What am I missing? Actions. They're all this way? Shouldn't we help them? I was following that guy, but I don't think he knows what he's doing, because we still need to kill mobs. So, I'm gonna go help these guys. The other guy can just sit over there if he wants. Seems like an odd choice, though. Alright, actions and traits. Shake it off. I remember one of my co-tanks using that ability at some point. That's like an AoE DR, right? It's like a rallying cry. Not really like rallying cry, but more like a damage absorption than like a max health thing. But same practical usage. Dispels all of those and increases the damage absorbed. Interesting. I mean, I guess it is kind of like Rallying Cry, come to think of it. Because it does give you an absorption shield, not a damage reduction. So, yeah. I guess, what should I keybind this to? Nascent Flash. For lack of any other good keybinds, I guess I'll put it on Shift-E at this point. I can always change it later on if I feel like it. Nope. Wrong button. So what does Inner Release actually do? That's like an upgraded version of Berserk, clearly. Allows the use of Beast Gauge actions without cost. Oh. Wait, that's good. That's really good. Huh. Hello, Medias. Good to see you. So I can just spam Felcleave, huh? And that's... Oh. Wait, that's broken. That's really fucking broken. Alright. I like that button. I dig it. I don't think I'll need to use Shake It Off at all in here, though. Oh, this guy... We're pulling everything, apparently. Alright. Love playing Warrior in FF14. Yeah, I played it a lot up until, like, around this point. Where, actually, well, my current level is, whatchamacallit, 64. But I stopped around 60. Evening, it's the beginning of the night for you. I mean, it's afternoon for me. Lots of people in different time zones. Yeah, I've loved every single tank job I've tried. I've said before, the only one I haven't really tried is Dark Knight, but I've heard a lot of really good things about Dark Knight. But I've mostly played Gunbreaker. But my Warrior experience was mostly limited to pre-Shadowbringers Warrior up until 60. So, as far as I'm aware, there was like a big reworked Warrior in Shadowbringers. Like, they had a lot of different abilities, and then that kind of changed in, whatchamacallit, in the Shadowbringers patch, right? So, I kind of tried to relearn Warrior a little bit, and then I saw Gunbreaker, and I'm like, yeah, fuck relearning Warrior, I'm just gonna play Gunbreaker. So, now, years later, I'm finally getting around to actually figuring it out again. Because I would like to actually have every tank ready. At this stage, with the amount of time that I've actually ended up having to do stuff... sure. I think I'll probably only end up getting, like, 3 out of 4 of my tanks up to max in time. But I could always do one of the other ones later. Like, Gunbreaker's already max. Warrior, I should be able to very easily get maxed out. I'm not too concerned about that. Because, I mean, today... Oh, can we just recruit in the middle? I've actually never had somebody leave Heaven on High. Or Palace of the Dead, so I didn't realize you could just replace somebody right in the middle of it. Interesting. But yeah, I should probably be able to get, ooh, Magicite. Sick. I should be able to get Warrior to either 70 or close to it on today's stream. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna stream, but I would like to get to 70 at least. And then tomorrow I can do Bajba, get as close to 80 as possible, and we'll see how that goes. I'm really tempted to go grab this thing. Jesus, 2 Magicites? Okay, well that's 2 floors down. Playing Monk for the first time ever and you're not sure if you like the gameplay? I've been told that Monk is a very love it or hate it type of class, yeah. It's 7:16 p.m. for you? Ah. Yeah, it's, 6 hours earlier for me. You're also having to level up a healer job, but you're not sure if you like healing in FF? Yeah, I haven't bothered leveling healers, because even in WoW, I don't play healers. It's never just really been my thing. Something about healing, like, the only time I've ever enjoyed healing in WoW was, fist-weaving Mistweavers. Just because Mistweaver monks, like, fist-weaving builds, I can at least do some type of damage while I was healing. And I found that to be pretty fun. I was like, ah, yeah, this is, like, a cool playstyle. But even then, it was never, like, really my thing. It was like, ah, yeah, if we have no healer, I'll fist-weave. Fuck it. So, I've never tried any healers in here. I just don't really think I would enjoy it. Nothing against healers in Final Fantasy. I've been told they're very fun. A lot of my friends really love Astro. Alright, well that worked out well. I've never gotten 2 Magicites in one floor. Maybe I'm just really unlucky up until this point, and that's like normal. But cool. It's gonna make the rest of this a bit easier. But yeah, Monk. So one of my friends plays Monk, and they absolutely adore it. Like, they think it's the most fun thing ever. And apparently it has a pretty unique playstyle. It seems interesting, the mechanics seem pretty cool. But I have been told it's fairly complicated, especially because, like, positionals and stuff. And I know that a lot of new players are not a huge fan of positional requirements. So, just gonna pop this shit. Unchanged. This feels so much faster than Palace of the Dead just because you can one-shot entire floors, which seems, honestly, kind of broken. Ooh. Ow. Whoops. I still don't know where my potions went. I definitely had some potions, they're all gone. Oh well. But yeah, definitely, after I finish Warrior, I'm probably going to work on Paladin next. My Dark Knight is technically higher level, if I look... Wait, can I... I can't check because I'm in Heaven on High. Right. Yeah, my Dark Knight's, like, slightly higher than my Paladin. But I've played Paladin way more than Dark Knight. Because whenever I do, like, alts on different servers, or when I was doing, like, speedrun practice back in the day, I always did it on a Paladin. And the end result is that I've played a shit ton of Paladin, just, ironically, not on my main character. So, I really enjoy it, I think it's a fun tank, and I'm curious to see what it's like at max level. Because I've only played it up to around 60, but I've played it a lot up to 60. So the core loop, I find pretty fun. Alright, so this is second to last floor. Alright. Petrification turns all enemies on the floor to stone. Oh, well, that would be nice if we could use it. Oh, well. Man, you wish you had a PC? Yeah. Definitely is a good investment, I would say. A lot of really good games are, like, PC only, or I guess Final Fantasy isn't PC only, technically. You can play it on console, but I would say most people I know play it on PC. Because MMOs in general are usually a bit harder to play on console. Personal opinion. I mean, some people might disagree with that statement, who knows. Oh. Well, I guess they're all, silenced, so it's up to me to kill this thing. Accidentally walked out. Hitting up some FF14? Yep. Yeah, I've been doing, Final Fantasy streams pretty much exclusively for the last few weeks. I think the last time I streamed WoW was the final WoW speedrun. And honestly, I had initially planned to do Final Fantasy that day, and I just said, fuck it, I'll do one last WoW stream. Because I figured if I jumped straight into Final Fantasy and, you know, didn't have, like, a proper send-off for WoW, people would be pissed off about it. So. Oh, well, we got a Magicite. Can't really use it. Yeah, I'm still playing WoW a little bit, though. But at this point, the only stuff I'm doing in WoW is raiding. Like, I honestly don't know what I'm supposed to do in World of Warcraft outside of logging in for Mythic raids. It's definitely a bit of a problem. Like, Mythic Plus, I don't need anything from. I have my Keystone Master, and I mean, I'm not interested in pushing keys for fun, so it's like, why would I even log in? It's kind of depressing, because, I mean, I like WoW. It's, or historically, I have liked WoW. And right now, I don't know. Nothing to do. So, once we're done with Sylvanas, and hopefully once we've gotten some re-clears in there, then should be fun. Can just run in there, get a bunch of kills, and then quit and play literally anything else. That's basically what I'll be doing in WoW from now on. Let me focus on this real quick. It's been a while, so I kind of forget. Oh, I remember this mechanic. Right, right. It's been a hot minute since I've done this. Nice. Player commendation. And where is it? Ah. I always forget the keybind for... Did I unbind Duty Finder? Oh, it's you. Right. Alright, there we go. Have I heard about the WoW Complete Edition for the Xbox leak in the source code of the Game Awards website? I have not heard about that. Is that on Wowhead? Because basically, if it's not on Wowhead, I probably don't know about it. Because I don't really bother to look up World of Warcraft news outside of Wowhead. Like, I'm kind of basic in that regard. Oh, speaking of Wowhead, you know what? Okay, I'm going to talk about this. Because I remembered it, and it pissed me off. So, let me first catch up on chat. Before the next run, I'm going to rant about something. Because World of Warcraft is, well, I mean, there's a lot of things that are pissing me off, but one thing in particular, I'll get there. Anyways, that's completely fair. You've been playing FF14 as well? Nice. Yeah, I mean, I have a max level character, so I played a shit ton of Gunbreaker. And basically, the way I played Final Fantasy, I think I briefly mentioned this, but I don't know if I went into detail, so I'll give, like, the quick summary here. Back in Old Year, so way back in BFA, basically, I was like, Old Year, this is, like, the worst tier ever. Fuck World of Warcraft, fuck BFA, I'm taking a break. And then some people on my raid team at the time were like, hey, have you ever tried Final Fantasy? And I said, no. They were like, well, you should give it a shot, it's pretty fun. So I tried it out, I leveled a character, I played mostly Warrior, and I got up to, like, I think I got to, like, 60 or something. And then I took a break, and I played through most of the rest of BFA, because admittedly Battle of Dazar'alor was really good, and then I got burnt out in Ashar's Eternal Palace, I played Classic WoW, and then I was like, you know what, let me check out Final Fantasy again. And around that time, I decided to swap off Warrior. I swapped to Gunbreaker, because Shadowbringers had come out by that point. And then I ended up going up to 80, and I played that a bunch, and I kind of played Final Fantasy, like, on and off a little bit as Ny'alotha was out. And then, once Shadowlands came out, I kind of stopped playing this game for a little while. And now I'm finally coming back to it. So, I've finished all the main story quest stuff, as you can see. All set to go for Endwalker, but I do plan on doing Savage raiding, so it would be nice to have some alt jobs leveled up, so, you know, I can be flexible. Hello, Joshin. Good to see you. You still been playing your 2 characters in FF for weeks now, and you have stuff to do in ARR. Almost done with the Ixal Beast Tribe rep and doing Coil turn 2. Ooh, nice. Yeah, I haven't done a lot of the old Beast Tribes. Is there a way to check your reputation? Oh, yeah. Here we go. I've done, like, none of the ARR Beast Tribes. I've done some Heaven's Ward, yeah, a little bit in Stormblood, and then Shadowbringers, I've maxed them out, but I've only maxed out the Shadowbringers Beast Tribes. Like, haven't really messed around with any of the other ones. But that's also because these ones actually gave some pretty good stuff. Like, I made Dwarves. Oh my god, I made so much gold off the Dwarf stuff, because they had... What was that currency? It was like silt sand or something? It was some vendor item where it was required in every single 5.3 recipe, and I maxed out my Dwarves rep super early on, and I just bought a ton of that, sold it on the market board, and made an absolute killing off it. So I made a ton of gil that way. There's lots of ways to make gil if you, or golds in any game, really, if you get into something early. You know, get into a market early, and there's always money to be made. That's kind of how I usually make a lot of money in most games. Anyways, okay, rant time. So, World of Warcraft tier bonuses. I was looking through these. So, first of all, tier sets in general, obviously, a lot of them look pretty ugly. But I'm glad we're getting the bonuses. And I said ahead of time that as long as the bonuses are not shit, I would be fine with it. So, I main a tank, right? So I'm not going to sit here and talk about, like, all of the different bonuses. One that I will say kind of pisses me off is Survival Hunter, because obviously I play Survival quite a lot. It's the DPS spec that I play by far the most outside of, you know, tanks and stuff like that. So the fact that the Survival Hunter bonus is a proc on top of a proc, like, after a kill command reset proc, you have a 40% chance to make your next Wildfire Bomb have no cooldown. That's fucking garbage, and, well, okay, it's not garbage. It's a solid bonus, but the RNG element of it is garbage. Like, it makes me so mad that it's like, it's not just a proc. Like, if it was just a 40% chance to, like, on some auto attack or something like that, you have a 40% chance proc. But no, it's a proc that happens when you have another proc. That's terrible. I hate it. Either way, though, looking at tanks, so I'll go through every single tank because I play every tank in WoW, and I have thoughts on every single one of these bonuses. So, Blood DK, 2-set bonus, parrying an attack causes your weapon to lash out, heart striking your attacker. Dancing Rune Weapon now summons 2 rune weapons. This is, I don't know what it's from, but there is, like, some bonus that does basically exactly this. You summon, like, a bonus Dancing Rune Weapon. I could have sworn it was already an existing tier bonus. Obviously, the parrying an attack causes your weapon to lash out. That's new, but, like, it's whatever. And the main thing is, Heartstrike increases your strength by 1% and increases the duration of Dancing Rune Weapon by 0.5 seconds. Now, this is fine. I would actually say Blood DK's got one of the 2 good bonuses. So, out of the 6 tank bonuses, I would say 2 of them are good, 2 of them are and 2 of them are just objectively bad. Blood DK's got, in my opinion, one of the 2 good bonuses. The first one's whatever. Dancing Rune Weapon is nice, but it's not a massive portion of your damage because it lasts for a short period of time. But if you can extend the duration for a long period of time, because, like, 0.5 seconds isn't a ton, but you can pretty reliably Heartstrike, and it's worth noting that while Dancing Rune Weapon is out, you have an increased parry chance, so you're more likely to parry an attack, and presumably, I'm assuming the wording works like this. It says, parrying an attack causes your weapon to lash out and Heartstrike your attacker, and then Heartstrike extends the duration of Dancing Rune Weapon. So, in theory, those parry attack Heartstrikes will extend the duration of Dancing Rune Weapon. I think. Haven't tested it. Obviously, PTR isn't out yet. But if it works the way that it's written, well, that should be pretty good. It sounds like it would be pretty good. So, Blood DK bonus, pretty solid. I don't think it's, like, objectively overpowered, but it's fine. That's not very imaginative, but fine. Vengeance Demon Hunter. So, Vengeance Demon Hunter obviously is something that I played a ton. Anybody who's watched my channel for a while knows that I used to be a Vengeance main. Haven't played it a ton this expansion because I'm not a fan of the build. but I've seen a lot of misconceptions about this. So a lot of people seem to think that the Vengeance tier bonus is like completely insane. I've seen people saying it's going to make Vengeance broken, and that's not true at all. It's a meh tier bonus. It's very, very mediocre. It's not bad, but it's mediocre. So the first bonus, the Vengeance 2-piece, damage dealt by Immolation Aura, now is a 10% chance to generate a Lesser Soul Fragment. Also, before I forget, if anybody's interested, I don't know if anybody hasn't seen it, but I'll put it in chat. That is a link to every single tier bonus, so just realize that some people may not know where to find this. Wowhead has a complete list. They also broke it down into multiple different posts. But if you're curious about the tier bonuses in Eternity's End, you can find them all there. So Vengeance 2-piece, damage dealt by Immolation Aura has a 10% chance to generate a Lesser Soul Fragment. This is effectively useless. I don't know why people think it's a good bonus. You basically generate soul fragments on Vengeance by doing anything. So getting extra soul fragments, this is a survivability bonus. It's not a damage bonus. All it does is give you slightly extra healing over the course of a fight, because you can't actually control when it comes out. So it's not going to meaningfully impact your Spirit Bomb damage, and it's not going to really make that much of a difference in the Fiery Brand's CDR thing. It'll help it a little bit, but overall, pretty insignificant bonus. You're just going to get a moderate amount of healing every now and then. The important thing with Vengeance is the 4-piece, where if you consume a Lesser Soul Fragment, you extend the duration of Immo Aura by 2 seconds, or you get 2 seconds of Immo Aura, or extend duration by 2 seconds. So this bonus is good. It's just good, though. It's not insane. Some people are like, oh my god, infinite Immolation Aura, this is nuts. And the big misconception for that is there is a Vengeance conduit. I forget the name, but anybody who plays Demon Hunter knows what I'm talking about. There's a conduit that makes it so as Immolation Aura lasts longer, it does increase damage. And some people are like, well, if Immolation Aura lasts forever, then it's gonna do like Mongo damage. It's gonna be so broken. Here's the thing. This does translate to infinite Immolation Aura, and that's good. But for people who don't know, there is a hard cap on how high that conduit can stack. So this is a significant buff to Immolation Aura's damage, but it is not that massive of a buff that it's going to shoot Vengeance Demon Hunters into the stratosphere. It's just a good buff. That's it. And survivability-wise, if you really want like a ton of survivability, you can now run Infernal Armor. And with this bonus, Infernal Armor effectively just gives you 20% additional armor, which survivability-wise is pretty powerful. So Vengeance bonus is meh. It's good, but it's nothing spectacular. Like the Blood DK one is actually quite strong. This one it's not. Guardian Druids. This is the other one that I would say is actually very good. Casting Barkskin causes you to Berserk for 4 seconds. That is very, very good. With a few different things, you can actually reduce the cooldown on Barkskin, so you can get that not super frequently, but enough that you're getting a pretty decent amount of Berserk uptime. And Berserk is just a pretty good cooldown, so definitely that 2-piece is probably the best 2-piece out of any tank. And then Architect's Aligner, while Berserked, you radiate 45% of attack power, cosmic damage to nearby enemies, and you heal yourself for 61% of attack power every 1 second. So interesting, it seems that the damage does not actually impact how much you heal. You just damage for a percent amount and heal for a percent amount. Now, this obviously is subject to tuning. I don't really know exactly how much damage and healing that translates to, but it seems solid. And honestly, just generic pulsing damage and generic pulsing healing that frequently every time you cast Barkskin, and even just while Berserk. So it's not while you have Berserk from Barkskin. It's like while you're in your major damage cooldown, you pulse AoE and you pulse healing. That's good. That means that Berserk in general is now a survivability cooldown, minor survivability cooldown, in addition to being a damage cooldown, and you just get that bonus very frequently while doing your rotation, because whenever Barkskin comes off CD. So, Guardian Druid bonus, very, very strong. In fact, it's actually considering me, it's making me consider swapping to Guardian. It's that good. Very interested in that one. Now, Brewmaster bonus, this is one of the two absolutely dogshit ones, and I really hope it gets reworked, because targets ignited by Breath of Fire deal an additional 4% less damage to you. That is the most boring bonus I have ever seen. Breath of Fire, for people who don't know, gives a small passive damage reduction. This just adds 4% to that. I mean, cool. Like, that's fine, I guess. 4% is not a lot, but it is something. Like, some people have said, oh, 4%, like, that's nothing. Like, it's basically the same. 4% DR is still a solid amount. But for a tier set 2-piece bonus, this is dog shit. It's laughably bad. But then the real insult, in my opinion, for Brewmasters is the 4-piece, which is Breath of Fire empowers your next Tiger Palm or Blackout Kick. So what this effectively reads is Breath of Fire empowers your next Blackout Kick, because who the fuck is going to use this on Tiger Palm? Increasing shuffle duration and brew CDR by 100%. So the only reason you would use this on Tiger Palm is if, for some reason, you really wanted brew CDR, but Brewmasters already have insane brew CDR. Like, I've been doing Mythic Sylvanas Prog on a Brewmaster, and at no point ever have I been like, oh no, I need to mash Tiger Palm because I don't have Celestial Brew up. Like, I have cooldowns for literally every single, like, important overlap, and Fortifying Brew is the only significant thing you'd want to reduce from it, and, I mean, just save Fortifying Brew for when you need it. So, very mediocre bonus, and, I mean, honestly, increasing shuffle duration is kind of silly, because if you're doing your rotation correctly with Charred Passions, you should have 100% uptime on shuffle. If you don't have 100% uptime on shuffle as a Brewmaster, when you are tanking the boss, right? So you can let shuffle fall off while you're not tanking a boss. But if you do not already have 100% uptime on that, you are playing the class wrong. So Brewmasters effectively don't have a 4-piece, and their 2-piece gives them 4% less damage taken. It's insultingly bad, and it really, really needs a rework. And the reason why they did this, because we'll get to the next one, Protection Paladin, which is equally dogshit. Both of those are terrible. And the reason for this is because right now, if you look at the two, I wouldn't say best tanks overall, but the two top DPS tanks, it's Protection Paladin and it's Brewmaster Monk. Guardian Druid in some cases is up there. Guardian Druid is weird though, because you need to swap into cat form, so on bosses where swapping into cat form isn't super reliable, because there are a few, Guardian Druid falls off, but if you can reliably catweave as a Guardian, then Guardian competes with Brewmaster and Prot Pally. But Prot Pallies and Brewmasters can effectively do Mongo damage without actually having to do anything special. They just do their rotation properly. And Blizzard is completely fucking them in the tier set department because they don't want to give them any bonus damage. But all this is going to do is mean that Prot Pallies now no longer have the niche of being the damage tank. And suddenly, why would you bring a Prot Pally? So if Prot Pallies don't have their damage and they get nothing else in return, then they just don't become viable, right? The reason they got brought to the World First Race and the reason why they're popular now is because of their damage. If you take that away from them, they're just going to be a subpar tank. So once again, Blizzard just nerfs one thing about a tank, or indirectly nerfs, because they're giving every tank a really good tier bonus, or at least a pretty good tier bonus, and fucking over the two top DPS tanks. And then, presumably, because we haven't seen anything, they give them nothing in return. So, awesome job there, Blizzard. I don't see why you can't just give all 6 tanks a proper, actually interesting and well-designed tier set bonus, and then just balance accordingly, but, you know, I guess maybe that would require a bit too much work. So, moving on to Prot Pally, though. Casting Shield of the Righteous increases your block chance by 4%, so they really like this 4% number, for 15 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. So, if you maximize this buff, that is a 12% block chance increase. That's your 2-piece bonus. That is dog shit. And then, it gets better. If you block an attack, you have a 33% chance to cast Judgment at your attacker. Which, I don't even know what to say about that one. Like, Judgment is good, but you first have to block, so that's effectively a chance. It's a roll, right? You have to roll into a block, and then on top of rolling that block, you have a 33% chance to actually cast the Judgment. And I would imagine, right, there's probably an internal cooldown on this. Because, yes, in theory, if you're doing a gigantic AoE pull, and you're getting a ton of blocks, and this is just proccing multiple Judgments at attackers, that would be pretty good. On single target, it's trash. On AoE, if there's no internal cooldown, it's good. But knowing Blizzard, there's probably an internal cooldown. So, fucking dog shit. And once again, it's very clear that the reason Prop Pally is getting this dog shit bonus is because they're doing good damage already. So, they don't want to give them a bonus like Guardian Druid or Blood Decay, because, you know, they're already doing so much. Why would you give them more? And I should note that Guardian Druid, like I said, is already doing really good damage. It's already competing with Brewmaster and Prop Pally, and they got a really good bonus. So this is just going to make Guardian Druids even better. In fact, I would say Guardian Druids, unless... Well, I was going to say unless you need one of the bonuses or one of the class buffs, but Windwalker is looking insane still, so you're not going to bring Brewmaster probably. If anything, yeah, I don't think you're going to bring Warrior either, because Arms still looks really good. So, I honestly, like, prediction, unless major balance changes come out, I'm predicting that for World First Race, they're probably going to run Blood Decay, Guardian Druid, because both of them are already very powerful, and they're only getting stronger in the next patch, whereas Prot Brewmaster, or Prot Pally Brewmaster are getting shafted, and Windwalker Arms Warriors are still good, so class buffs don't really matter. It's unfortunate, right? To be fair, it is a defensive bonus for one of the squishiest tanks, but it sucks! It sucks ass. It's a 12% block chance. Like, Prop Pellys don't need block chance, right? They already have decent block with Shield of the Righteous and with a Holy Shield and stuff like that. They're fine. What Prop Pelly needs is just, like, more actual damage reduction cooldowns, because the only way that Prop Pally can, like, massively reduce their damage is, like, okay, so let's look at Shield of the Righteous real quick. Shield of the Righteous. It increases your armor, right? Increases your armor, which is good. So, armor, fine, but it's still a bit squishy. Their main way of massively reducing their damage taken is, whatchamacallit, like, their major cooldowns, like, Ardent Defender and Guardian of Ancient Kings. I always blank on the names. So, really powerful cooldowns, but their passive mitigation without blocks. Blocking, they're fine. They're not as good at Prot Warrior as blocking, but they're still very good. So, a 12% block chance is not going to meaningfully increase their damage reduction. Same way that a 4% DR on Breath of Fire is not going to meaningfully change anything on Brewmaster. It's one of those bonuses that it's nice, you take it, but it's not going to massively make them any better or worse at surviving things. So, it doesn't really help. In fact, I would say something like the whatchamacallit, Vengeance Demon Hunter, like, Infinite Infernal Armor, Immolation Aura thing. That is a meaningful increase to survivability. Having permanent 20% armor if you need it, you're not always going to run that, but if you want it, you can. That is a pretty good bonus. Having double dancing rune weapons to massively increase your parry chance is actually pretty good for Blood Decay. It's not going to be insane, but it's going to be pretty nice, and it fills a survivability niche that they don't already have. Namely, parrying. Outside of Dancing Rune Weapon, they don't really do that too well. Mostly, they just take damage and then heal it back. So that is good. This is not going to help Prop Pally survive. Is this WoW? I'm in Final Fantasy, but I'm ranting about the World of Warcraft tier bonuses, because it's something that pisses me off. I mean, I play both games, so, yeah. Fury looks awesome. Yeah. I mean, there's a bunch of damage bonuses that look really, really good. So some DPS classes are happy, some aren't. I will say, so the final tank that we have is Protection Warriors. Protection Warriors, I mean, this is what I currently main. So I'm not sure how I feel about this bonus. You're never going to use it on Ignore Pain. In fact, the video that's coming out Monday, I've talked about this before, but I'm almost done with the Prot Warrior video. And one of the main things I'm talking about in the Prot Warrior video is that currently Ignore Pain is the worst defensive ability out of any tank in World of Warcraft. Hands down. I even went over and looked at every other defensive ability that other tanks have, and it's terrible. Ignore Pain is fucking awful. It's so bad. So, this bonus, consuming 30 rage grants a stack of Outburst. Upon reaching 8 stacks of Outburst, your next Shield Slam or Thunderclap are 200% more effective, or your next Ignore Pain is 50% more effective. So, first off, I find it hilarious that your damage abilities get buffed by 200%, but your Ignore Pain is only buffed by 50%, when Ignore Pain at 200%, it might actually be passably good, but at 50%, it's still dog shit. So, this is effectively something you're only ever going to use on Shield Slam or Thunderclap, and, I guess worth talking about the 4-piece, because it kind of works hand in hand. Avatar increases your damage dealt by an additional 10%, and it decreases your damage taken by 10%. Avatar instantly grants 8 stacks of Outburst. So, the Avatar, the 4-piece is actually quite strong. 10% additional damage on Avatar, which you have up for a large part of the fight, and just a flat 10% damage during those periods is actually very good. 4-piece bonus for Prot, very, very good. The 200% increase to Shield Slam damage when you have that buff is very significant. Shield Slam on single target amounts to a pretty significant chunk of your damage, I would say. And Thunderclap is not as powerful as Revenge, generally speaking, but it's still good enough that a 200% beefed up Thunderclap is, like, not bad. And you still use Thunderclap, right? Like, it's still a generator that gets you Shield Slam procs, so you're not going to spend this on a Thunderclap on single target. You'll spend this on a Shield Slam every time. But you're using Thunderclap enough that, I don't know, I guess it's good. Like, this is a good bonus. I wonder if it's enough, right? Because I think that even with this, Prot Warrior still needs some tuning. Which is, the main reason I say this is my next video, like I said, is all about Prot Warrior, all about the issues it currently faces, the fact that it's undertuned, and is right now objectively the worst tank. And I want it to be better because I love Prot Warrior, and it's what I currently main. And, like, I look through statistics, and I'm like, just look at the numbers. The numbers show that Prot Warrior is weaker in every sense. It has worse survivability, it has worse damage, and it is by far the least played tank, because people realize that. You know, people understand that Prot Warrior has shit survivability and shit damage. You have to work twice as hard to get anything done on Prot Warrior, and it's frustrating. So, it's a good bonus, and I'm glad that Prot Warrior isn't getting shafted with the bonus, but I don't know if that bonus is enough to make it good. So, it needs some more tweaks. Ignore Pain especially. It's pretty fucking weak for 40 rage. Yeah, no, Ignore Pain is laughably weak for 40 rage. And the thing is, Toph, everybody thinks Ignore Pain's weak, right? But it actually kind of put it into perspective for me when I looked at what other tanks have. Think about it this way. Compare Ignore Pain to Frenzied Regeneration, to Celestial Brew, and to Anti-Magic Shell. Just for a few examples. And when you compare it to those, because realistically speaking, that is what you're comparing it to. Ignore Pain is a healing spell. It's not a damage absorption. It's not a damage reduction. It's a damage absorption that only absorbs half of the damage that you take. And for the cost, for the amount it absorbs, and for the fact that it isn't even a true absorb, it's dog shit. Especially when you compare it to the roughly 25-second cooldown of Celestial Brew, which can be beefed up to immense levels with Purifying Brew, which is free. Frenzied Regen, which costs 10 rage and heals for infinitely more, and Frenzied Regen gives you a healing received buff while it's active, or Anti-Magic Shell, just to pick one of the many healing things on Blood DK, which is a big absorb shield for free on a 1-minute cooldown, so admittedly long cooldown, right? But 1-minute cooldown, and when you take damage, it gives you resources back. So Ignore Pain not only is the most expensive equivalent heal spell for any tank by far, but it is also the weakest by far, and it's not even a consistent absorb because it only absorbs 50% of the damage you take. So it's bad, right? But when you actually look at all of the other healing spells that other tanks have, and then compare it to Ignore Pain, it's actually laughably bad. It's just like, wait, what the fuck? How is Ignore Pain fallen so far behind? It's like, it used to be good, right? Ignore Pain used to be a good button, and they've just nerfed it so many times that at this point it is effectively dead. But they haven't given Prot Warrior anything else to fill that gap. We still just get dicked by magic damage. Consistent ticking magic damage, which is Sylvanas. So the end result is that if you do not have really good healers or a trinket that counteracts it on Sylvanas, you are fucked. And that means that Prot Warriors just have a glaring weakness on top of having pretty shit damage. So outside of their class buff, if you need it, they have no viability in raids. Coming from somebody who mains it and has done Sylvanas prog with it. It's frustrating. It really is. And I hope it's better because I love the class. There are some big issues with it, though. So hopefully that gets addressed. Either way, though, I do like their tier bonus. So it's a step in the right direction. It's okay, right? Let me read the rest. Warlock you want to level, but you don't know which one to choose. Like, which spec to choose for Warlock, or, like, what race to level it as. They could have made Ignore Pain proc Shield Slam. Kind of. I agree that Ignore Pain should proc Shield Slam. I agree with that. But I don't think that would be enough. So that is actually something I talk about in my video. So definitely good call there, Toth. That is something that should happen. I honestly don't know if that's enough to fix it. Because in the past, I have said that I think if you made Ignore Pain proc Shield Slam, that would make it good. But after looking at how bad it is compared to every other, like, mitigation ability, I honestly don't know if that's enough. I think it needs something more. I don't know what. There's a lot of options. I'm going to throw out a few examples of potential changes, but it needs to proc Shield Slam, and then it needs to either have... it needs to be a pure absorb, right? It needs to be buffed by a large margin, so it isn't just a really shitty absorb, or it needs to have an additional effect, right? So if Ignore Pain reduced the damage you took while it was active, because a lot of people think it does that, I'm not sure, but it may have done that at some point, because for some reason, so many people believe that Ignore Pain reduces your damage taken, to the point where I'm, like, wondering if at some iteration it actually did, and maybe people just misremember that it got removed. But that would make it usable, right? Because then if you popped Ignore Pain, you'd be getting the mediocre damage damage absorption, but while the damage absorption is going, you're getting this passive damage reduction, and that would be pretty good. That would be a fine change. There's a lot of things they can do to it. As it stands, it's terrible and needs to be buffed. Anyways, that's tier bonuses. Let's queue up. Took me a bit longer than I wanted, but this is something that pisses me off. What can I say? So I needed to rant, because if I didn't rant, I would have gone insane bottling that up. All right. Whew. Both spec and race for Warlock. Well, Warlock is the only class I don't play, so spec-wise, I don't know. Race, I would generally say, my advice for race is play what you think looks cool. So I can tell you, mathematically speaking, what the best race is, because a lot of people want to know that. So, if you're looking really quick for a good way to check what the best races are, Blood Mallet, can't go wrong with that. People will always say that Blood Mallet is not 100% accurate, and that is true, but to me, Blood Mallet is like a good TLDR resource for when you don't really want to sim things out yourself. So usually I'll go to Blood Mallet, I'll narrow down my options, and then I will do sims based on the options I've narrowed down through Blood Mallet. So if we look at like Affliction races, we can see that Orc is top. On Horde, you said, so Troll, Goblin, both pretty good. Nightborn, it's a magic damage dealer, so always going to be a pretty good option. Looking at Demonology, Troll and Orc, once again, pretty good. We're seeing the same things. Goblin is pretty good. Here we see Undead pops up a little bit further. And then finally, if we look at Destro, Destro Horde races are actually a bit below, but we can still see Goblin, Orc, Nightborn, Troll. So my TLDR from looking at this is if you want the most damage, and when I say most damage, I mean by a very small margin. Very, 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 very small margin. Always give this disclaimer. It's not going to end up mattering at all. But Orc, Troll, Goblin, Nightborn, according to Sims, seem to be the strongest races for Warlock. But ultimately, we're talking like less than a 1% damage increase. At the end of the day, it's more important that you play the race that you enjoy the most. So, I will usually end up playing a race that's like fairly mediocre for whatever my class is, just because, to me, the aesthetics are more important. I would rather play something that I think looks cool, that I actually enjoy playing, than something that does 0.5% more damage. If it works out that it's the same thing, if the top DPS race is the one that I think looks the coolest, then cool. And sometimes I'll narrow it down, so sometimes I'll be like, I either want to play Goblin or Troll. And then I look at the races and Troll is ahead. I'll be like, yeah, sure. I'll play Troll. If Troll's the leading race, even if it's a 0.5% damage increase. But I never will say, oh, I really want to play Pandaren. And then I see that Pandaren's like the worst race, and I'm like, yeah, I won't play it. It sometimes is a bit frustrating, but I will still ultimately pick the one that I think looks the most fun to play. In terms of like aesthetic and stuff. So that's my best recommendation. As for spec, try them all out. From what I have been told, most people seem to like either Affliction or Destro. So, no offense to Demonology, because I do have a lot of Demonology friends who love the spec, but Demonology is, as far as I am aware, a very love it or hate it type of spec. You're either a Demonology fanatic who swears by it and says it's the best spec in the world, or you absolutely despise it and say it's miserable to play and you don't want to play it and you'd rather play literally anything else. I've heard both opinions, whereas most people seem to be kind of indifferent to Affliction. Like, a lot of people are like, yeah, Affliction, it's fine. Some people really like it, but I don't know anybody who really hates it. And Destro, I would say most people who play Warlock seem to enjoy. Could be wrong in that. But I've heard a lot of good things about Destro. You get to fire off Chaos Bolts, and people seem to think that Chaos Bolts are pretty fun. And visually, they do look pretty cool, so I can understand that. But ultimately, as with anything, your personal preference is going to really define that. Like, I just got done saying that I main Protection Warrior. And Protection Warrior sucks. So, I play Protection Warrior not because it's good, but because I have a lot of fun with it. So, I would rather stick with the spec that I think isn't as powerful, just because I enjoy playing it. And I only found out that I enjoyed playing it by, well, playing it, and then forming an opinion. It plays completely different compared to anything else. Demo's weird. Yeah. I remember I had a friend, I'm still friends with him, but I haven't talked to him in a while. But I raided with him for a while in Legion, and he played Demo. And I think to this day, he doesn't exclusively play Demo anymore, but he swapped off. And he was like #1 worlds for all of Legion on Demonology Warlocks. Like, that guy was fucking nuts. Absolute savant when it came to Demonology. And it was, like, he described it to me, like, he told me about it compared to the other, like, DPS specs, and it sounded really weird. I don't know if they've changed it since then, but his description of it was like, it's a pet class, but your pets aren't really something you control. You just summon them, and then they basically are like living dots. Like, they sit there and they do damage over time to an enemy, and they technically have, like, actual models, but they don't really have any, like, cognitive functions, right? They just sit there, do their thing, and DPS mobs, right? So he was like, it's like a prettier dot class. But apparently the micromanagement of all your different abilities can be really frustrating. At the time, he said that it was like a lot of work to line up all of his cooldowns properly, and as a result, it was like a big turnoff for a lot of people. Don't know how much it's changed, but I have still heard the opinion that Demo is like very complicated, so I would imagine it's still mostly the same. In that regard, at least. Thoughts on Holy Priest. My buddy swore by it, and he taught you how to DPS it, and it's overkill the way he designed it. Well, I mean... Okay, so, clarification. You're saying he taught you how to DPS on a Holy Priest? Because a Holy Priest is a healer. Now, healer DPS does matter. So I'm not going to sit here and say that healers shouldn't be doing damage. They absolutely should be. But are you asking me, should you try to play a Holy Priest as a DPS? Or do you know how to DPS on a Holy Priest and you're wanting to learn how to heal on a Holy Priest? Just to clarify. Because Holy Priest as a healer is, yeah, it's good. I wouldn't say it's amazing, but it's good. Right now, I would say healer balance is pretty fine. Even Mistweavers, which historically have been kind of underpowered, are relatively good. At least in a mythic setting, if you really know how to pump out like tons of throughput with them. So the problem that Mistweaver has specifically, and kind of Holy Priest in this regard, is they're both throughput healers. So throughput healing is, all that matters is how much healing are you doing. So if you are doing a ton of healing on an H-Priest or a Mistweaver, you're probably a pretty good healer. I guess Resto Druids kind of have the same problem. Now, if you're not doing a lot of healing, you are effectively worthless. That is one of the issues that they have. And this isn't necessarily the case for every other healer, because even if you aren't doing a ton of healing on like an H-Pal or a Disc Priest, you still should be doing a lot. But let's say you have a new-ish healer who isn't super used to pumping out healing. If you put them on an H-Pal or a Disc Priest, maybe not Disc, because Disc is actually kind of complicated, but especially an H-Pal, I would say, is a good beginner healer, because even if they are absolutely dogshit, their utility, provided they understand it to a basic degree, is absurdly powerful. So you can get more out of a bad H-Pal than you can get out of like a bad Mistweaver or H-Priest, if that makes sense. So give and take there, right? Where are they all going? I guess we should all go over to one of these passages. Boring? For H-Priest? Oh, that was a trap, huh? Yeah, I have heard that. I have heard people say that H-Priest is pretty boring. Like, I don't like to comment on that, right? Because it's personal preference, right? So, yeah, my healer friends will tell me, oh, yeah, H-Priest is kind of boring. I'm not a huge fan of it, right? But who knows? Because I've had people tell me that they think Prot Warrior is boring. And I think Prot Warrior is really fun. I've had people say that they think, like, H-Pal is really boring. And I know people who love H-Pal and swear by it. So I would say the boring aspect of it does heavily depend on your personal preference, right? But it is, I guess, worth noting, yeah, that it is a common sentiment that a lot of people share. Okay, I'm gonna... Yeah, that's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on there. Weird people in chat. Either way. Just DPS leveling. I would say if you're going for leveling, probably don't go with a healer. Yeah, so you can, right? Like, ultimately level with whatever you want, right? But it's not something that you're going to get efficient leveling with. It's going to be just okay, right? Decent. So it can work, right? If you want to play it, sure. But yeah, I would say for leveling, it's not going to work super well. It'll be fine, right? You can level with any spec in the game. But, whatchamacallit, Holy Priest will definitely not be one of the faster ones. Most healers in general are not very fast. I would say the fastest healer is probably going to be Resto Shaman for leveling. But even then, Resto Shaman is, like, mediocre when it comes to leveling speed. It's, like, it's still a healer, so it's not very fast. It's just your damage output is going to be a bit worse. And the only advantage would be dungeon spamming, but it's faster on a tank, and it's not even really the fastest way to level in general, unless you happen to have a group running with you, at which point anything's fast, right? So, oops. Oh, passage is back there. I guess I have to kill this, though. Whoops. What floor is this on? 29. Okay, so next one is the boss room anyway. You're not sure how shit we're going to be next patch. We got a really good deal with the tier set bonus and the extra Lego. Yeah, I would say losing the Dom set bonus is like the only major thing. So probably not that much worse. Like Dom set bonus admittedly for tanks is pretty huge. For DPS it's pretty big too, but I don't know. I feel like the damage they can just tune around it. I am curious as to how they're going to make that work, though. But I guess we'll see. Okay. So I'm going to sit here. Should be safe. Yeah, I remember that mechanic now. Hello, Max. Good to see you. Alright, there we go. Speaking of which, hey Max, when are you going to play Final Fantasy? You keep saying eventually, but you also said that you were going to play it when you're done with New World, and I'm going to be real here. I think now is probably the correct time to be done with New World, because have you seen those changes? Whew! I love how they're trying to defend all the New World changes. Man, New World has gone down the shitter, huh? It's kind of depressing. I had hopes for that game. Cherry confetti. That's, whatever, but fancy. Alright. Can reset my progress. And enter. Matched party, 21. Damn. Oh, that was fast. Instant queue. I wish I was as smarter as good as you. You're giving me too much credit, man. I don't know that much about this stuff. Honestly, here's the thing. A lot of what I do is just research, right? Like, it's nothing to do with, like, I'm not, like, some genius who just knows everything about, like, World of Warcraft or something. I do reading, right? And I talk to people. So, I don't play Holy Priest. I don't play Warlock. All that stuff that I know about Warlock and Holy Priest is because I've talked to Holy Priests, or I've talked to Warlocks, or somebody asks me a question about Warlock, and I look it up. I guess the only thing is knowing where to look, right? Like, knowing what the best resources are to find information can be, like, pretty important. But really, that's it. Like, the more you play, the more you research and stuff like that, the more you'll learn too. It's that simple. And the more you just talk to people, meet people that play other specs. Like, initially, I learned how to play all of my tanks in WoW through other people. So I would have a friend who played Prop Heli, and they would teach me how to play Prop Heli, that kind of thing. And over the years, eventually, I learned how to play every single tank. That's just how it goes. Yeah, Max. You know you should. It's a fun game, I'm telling you. Like, you are just a crafting maniac. You will have so much fun in Final Fantasy. I know it. I would bet money. You got from 1 to 19 in under 2 hours with your buddy's design and thought you were the coolest thing ever? Hey man, when you're first starting, everything's going to be slow, right? What matters when you're first starting World of Warcraft, or any MMO for that matter, right? It's not about how fast you are or how much you know, etc., etc. It's about having fun, right? So the reason why I do like speedruns and stuff like that, the reason why I have those challenges is because I've already played the game for tons of time. I've had that experience. I had fun with my initial leveling, journey, right? So for me, the way that I spice it up on future leveling experiences is I give myself a challenge. I'm like, all right, this time I'm going to try to speedrun it. I'm going to see how fast I can do it. That's how that whole thing originated in the first place. But when you're first starting, all that matters is, are you having fun? Pick something you enjoy, play through it, level at your own pace. That's all that matters. If you get another Lego, you guess you have to drop Kyrian. Necro and Night Fae looks better for tanks. For which one, Toth? For Warrior? Or for a different tank? Because for Covenant Legendaries, it varies greatly from tank to tank. Like, some tanks have really good Covenant Legendaries for all three. but some of them are kind of shafted in that department, so I'm not sure. If you were in charge of WoW, what new class and race would I make? Probably ogres. Definitely race ogres, I would say. It's been a long time coming for ogres. What class would I make? Probably Tinker. I think, Tinker, add like an additional range DPS, because we haven't gotten a new range DPS in a very long time. And then I'd probably make, like, another tank and heal spec just to add more diversity. But who knows? Honestly, I don't think, at this point, right, World of Warcraft doesn't need more classes. It needs a few more specs for different classes. Like, I think Demon Hunters should have a range DPS spec, and then I think, like, some pure DPS classes should have a tank or healing option. I think that would overall help diversity. So that's what I think is most important for WoW right now. I think adding more classes would just make balance kind of a nightmare. But if I had to pick something, that would probably be it. Alright, they discovered the exit. Cool. Oh. 1 second, Max. My absolutely bonkers idea for war has forced me to remember how much I hate Games Workshop. I hate them. Yeah. I don't know tons about Games Workshop, but from the little that I do know about them, I have heard some problematic stuff. Like, the most recent thing is apparently they shut down some mods in Total War Warhammer because they were, like, unhappy with it, like, being too creative with the, I guess, lore or something like that. I don't know. They're really, really overly protective about their license, which obviously I think is a little bit shitty. Like, at a certain point, you know, just let people enjoy your worlds. Don't try to, like, control how they enjoy it. But, I don't know. Games Workshop, I would say, they could be a lot worse, right? It could be worse, right? Could be Blizzard. So, there's that. Some problematic, yeah, I guess. You're so used to Final Fantasy X, your all-time favorite. This is so different. You're old school. You'll be 30 in April. Nice. Yeah, I've heard good things about Final Fantasy X. Or, what was the old MMO? Was that the old MMO? 10? I can never remember what number the old one was. I never played it. But ever since I've started playing Final Fantasy, I've heard a lot about it. Like, a lot of people have mentioned that there used to be a Final Fantasy MMO, and they've said, oh, it was, like, really good or something like that. I think it was, like, before my time, really, so I never played it. But I've heard that it had a lot of, like, interesting concepts. So, that sounds, intriguing. I don't know if they still have servers, though, or if it was something I could even check out. So I will say, so, as Max pointed out, well, technically, Max hasn't really revealed anything, but he did remind me. So, one thing that we're gonna do, probably January. So, right now, whatchamacallit? At the moment, I'm focusing entirely on Final Fantasy. That is my main focus. But once Final Fantasy dies down a little bit, which I wouldn't say would take too long. Nice. I was worried that would explode. We're probably gonna see, like, you know, I think it's the raid dropping, like, around Christmas, and then I don't really expect there to be any major updates, at least for a few months, which is fine, right? New expansion, you know, once you finish all the content, there's always gonna be a bit of a gap. So I'm not complaining about that, but once I kind of finish everything that I want to do in Final Fantasy, and I'm at a point where I'm just kind of cruising through Savage Raids, not doing anything, like, super special, my plan is to actually return, well, not really return, because I barely played it, but try out Warhammer Online, Age of Reckoning. So, a lot of people know Warhammer Online. It was a game that came out I think like 2008 or something, and it lasted around 5 years or so, and then it died. It got shut down. It received basically no updates whatsoever. Oh, wow. Oh, they're using a magicite on this, I guess. Yeah, so Warhammer Online received basically no updates, no support from the developers, and it died. Now, for people who don't know, there is a team called Return of Reckoning that has created a private server for Warhammer Online, and they are not only running it, and have been running it for 7 years now, but they've actually been adding content that never existed in the base game. So, infamously, in Return of Reckoning, or in Age of Reckoning, the original game, they never actually added a lot of the main cities. So they added the main 2 cities, Altdorf and the Inevitable City, and then the other 2 capital cities that were planned, Karak 8 Peaks and Karaza Karak, got cut. They were in beta, or I think Karak 8 Peaks, or no, I forget which one it was. I think it was like Karaza Karak was in beta, and then got cut during beta, and never actually made it to the game. Since the time of, like, running their private server in, like, a few months ago, they actually completely remade those cities from scratch using, like, the designs that the original game was going to have and using just stuff in the Warhammer lore and built these cities from the ground up. It's a brand new feature that was never in the original game. So, it's honestly really cool what they're doing, and I love Warhammer, just the universe, right? And I really want to see what the MMO is like. I've read into it. It sounds like there's like a lot of cool endgame content, like some dungeons and stuff like that are like mega dungeons, like Blackrock Depths-esque. And I kind of want to check that out. So what I've been doing is I've been putting together a team of like 6 friends. So the content is 6-player. It's not a 5-player or anything like that. So I'm trying to get like that entire group together so that we can do all of the endgame content as a group, as a pre-made, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun. So, as Max was saying, we're going to be doing this sometime in January on the private server. That's the reason that you literally can't support the Return of Reckoning team. They're legally unable to take any money from donations. Yeah. It's a shame, too, because, like, out of all of the private servers that exist, right? I would say Return of Reckoning is one of the best. There are very few, like, old game private servers that are as just committed to making, like, an, enjoyable experience and actually, like, keeping it alive for, like, the fans of it than Return of Reckoning, because it's not paid at all. It's completely free. There's no, like, microtransactions of, like, those classic private servers where you pay the money and you get, like, an experience boost. No, completely unpaid. They do this 100% as volunteer work, and they've even been adding stuff to the original game, which I think is amazing. So, out of a lot of the private servers that I've heard of, this is by far the best. So the fact that they can't receive any money for their work because of Games Workshop is, yeah, pretty shitty. But I kind of get it. Like, it sucks, but that is kind of how the law works, right? It does really suck. But you can't exactly blame Games Workshop for, like, wanting to protect their IP. They are really strict, and I will say there's a lot of really shitty stuff that they have done. But I don't know. It's tough, because they technically aren't doing anything illegal or morally wrong, I guess. It's just they're literally using the law to the letter of the word. Now, in this case, right, there have been cases where Games Workshop has done some really shitty stuff. Like, I remember hearing about times where they tried to copyright the terms Space Marine and some other stuff, like generic fantasy or sci-fi terms. And then, because they had, like, a copyright of the term Space Marine in, like, some... I forget where it was, right? They tried to use it to take down a lot of, like, sci-fi books that use the word Space Marine. And then they got into, like, this big legal battle where people are like, you can't fucking copyright the word Space Marine. That's not okay, Games Workshop. And then they had to back down eventually. But, yeah, that's, like, I would say the really bad shit that they've done. Or I wouldn't even say, yeah, it's bad. I guess I would say it's bad, but it's more just stupid, right? It's like, it's just dumb. Like, what the fuck are you thinking? You can't do that. Like, come on. But, you know, I guess, excuse me for not really thinking that what Games Workshop's doing is that bad when we currently have to deal with Blizzard with Bobby Kotick and stuff like that. Like, it's bad, but compared to the shit that Activision Blizzard's doing, it seems like fucking child's play right now. It's just, it's so hard for me to, like, actually take any of that seriously at the moment, at least. They screwed over the entire Fanimation community? Yeah. Now, they do a lot of really shitty stuff, but here's the thing. To me, that is more just stupid than anything, right? Because the problem that I see with Games Workshop, right, is they have such a dedicated fan base. Like, I love Warhammer, and I'm not even, like, a dedicated fan. Like, I'm just somebody who read the lore, played Total War Warhammer, like, for 1,000 hours, and I think it's a really cool setting. I think Warhammer Fantasy, especially, is really cool. I've read a bit about Warhammer 40k, and it seems pretty cool as well, but admittedly, I don't know as much about it. So I'm like, yeah, this Warhammer setting, it's pretty fucking cool. And I'm just excited about all things Warhammer, right? But, you know, there's a lot of people who are even more excited about Warhammer stuff than I am, who are like super fans of Games Workshop's IPs, right? And they want to do stuff to show that. They want to make content or art or, you know, fan games or something like that to demonstrate their love of the Games Workshop IPs. And most companies, I would say, for the most part, would honestly be pretty okay with that. Because, sure, yes, it is technically illegal, right? There's a lot of stuff that you could say is technically illegal if you're doing something with another company's IP. But there's a reason why most companies don't give a shit about fan art. Because fan art, you know, it costs them nothing. And it just gives them free promotion. Because then people are going to see this fan art, and they're going to be like, hey, where's that from? And then people will say, oh, it's from Warhammer, right? And then they'll be like, oh, wow, that's really cool. I guess I better check out this Warhammer thing. So it's effectively like free advertising in a lot of cases. So most companies don't really give a shit because it honestly helps them in more cases than not. It's, I mean, it's one of those things where, you know, people don't like to talk about it, right? But in a lot of cases, the Rule 34 scene really helps a lot of games. Like, I don't think, if anybody tries to tell me that Overwatch would be as popular as it is without Overwatch Rule 34, you're fucking high. Like, let's be real here. That did make a difference. How much of a difference? I don't know. Probably not that much, but there's a reason why it's as big as it is. You know, speaking from a friend, right? Haha, hee hee. But no, all joking aside, right? Like, even questionable fan art like that can get a lot of advertisement for a game. And there's actually been, you know, situations like that where companies are, like, shutting down, you know, Rule 34 sites and stuff like that. And it's kind of one of those things where it's like, yeah, you know, you could argue that it's like, oh, you're using your characters in a bad light. But at the same time, if it gets your company, if it gets your game publicity, wouldn't you want that? I don't know. There's a lot of murky waters there, and most companies just kind of turn a blind eye because it does help their games or their products or IPs or whatever in the long haul. But Games Workshop admittedly is notoriously strict about stuff like that, yeah. So it's one of those things where it's shitty, but it's honestly more stupid for Games Workshop than anything. It's stupid for them to be so harsh on fan communities using their IPs in ways they don't like, because they're just basically shooting themselves in the foot. They're losing free advertisement, and they're honestly generating, you know, bad reputation amongst their fans who are less likely to recommend their products. So, I don't know. I more just look at Games Workshop and just kind of shake my head, like, yeah, they're stupid. Just kind of have their priorities in the wrong place more than anything. Overwatch became as popular as it was due to TF2 nostalgia. Overwatch became as popular as it did because of a lot of factors. TF2 nostalgia is one of them. The competitive scene is another. Admittedly, it does have good characters, right? But, yeah. There's a lot of reasons why Overwatch became popular. But, like, one thing that I will say Overwatch didn't become popular for is amazing gameplay. Hot take, maybe. But Overwatch is nothing spectacular. I don't think it ever has been. Now, there is certainly an element of one thing that Blizzard historically has done well is taking a, you know, pretty complicated genre or something like that and turning it into a simplified version. And in many ways, Overwatch did that. And yeah, that's one of the reasons why it succeeded. Words. But it really isn't anything special as far as games go. It's a pretty basic game, which is fine. But I don't think that Overwatch did, or like broke any awards or did anything like that because it had like revolutionary gameplay. If anything, I would say TF2 in some ways is similar or simpler than Overwatch. Other ways a bit more complicated, but the gameplay in TF2 is very straightforward, whereas in Overwatch there's like a lot that you need to understand in terms of like team compositions and stuff, so it can be a bit more complicated at times. Also, this guy has some fucking balls, just charging into a room full of mimics. I respect it, honestly. Welcome back, Toth. Oh, Toth, had a question for you. So, you said earlier, if we were to get another Lego, I guess I would have to drop, Kyrian. So, which tank are you talking about there? Because I asked and then I saw that you said BRB, but I am curious. Because I was wondering if you were talking about Warrior, because if so, I disagree with that. But if you're not, if you're talking about a different tank, then I am curious to know which one would have to swap. It had amazing gameplay for a good long while. The hit registry was excellent, the abilities were cool, but the game died due to Blizzard being unable to balance the game properly. They fixed the issue, but the party is over for now. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, it was simple gameplay, but yeah. I know you definitely did play Overwatch a lot more than I did, so. I was never a huge fan of it. Prot Warrior, I don't know if you've seen Elysian Might, Toth. Elysian Might is currently not only one of the best legendaries, it is the best legendary for Prot Warrior, quite literally. So, actually, I would say that it is probably what you're going to run. Elysian Might is really fucking good. Having increased critical damage while in the Spear Bastion is fucking bonkers. I actually did, I did my entire Mythic Reclear. We didn't full clear, but all of the bosses that we did in our latest Mythic Reclear, I was on my Prot Warrior as Kyrian with Elysian Might. It's very strong. Very, very strong. I got, the worst parse I got was I got a 12 parse on Soul Render Dormazane. Because Soul Render is admittedly kind of pad heavy, but I got a... On every other boss, I was either rank 2 or rank 3, which I was like, you know, damn. But yeah, no, I got like top 5 parses on every single boss up in the first 5, with, whatchamacallit, with Kyrian with Elysian Might. Yeah, look up Sims, and I would say sim yourself with it. Elysian Might is really fucking good. Very, very, very strong. Because, I mean, Kyrian on its own, right? The problem with Kyrian versus Night Fae. Night Fae was ahead at the start of the tier. The issue with Kyrian, and I really think it needs a nerf, is Mechanicos. Mechanicos is brokenly overpowered. He does so much fucking damage compared to every other Kyrian Soulbind, or any other Soulbind in general. Every single one of his passives is just fucking stupidly broken. So, right now, Mechanicos has a passive where every single target you hit up to a certain amount with the blast that fires off when you use a Kyrian ability reduces the cooldown on your ability by 5 seconds. So if you hit like a bunch of targets, you can get a 30 to 45 second like CER on your weapon or ability weapon, whatever, words. You get what I'm saying. You can get Spear Bastion up to like a ridiculous CDR. And this effectively means that you're benefiting from Elysian Might really often on a lot of pulls. And worst case scenario, if you end up getting Elysian Might, or if you end up only hitting one target, you're only getting the Elysian Might bonus like once every minute, it's still absurdly powerful. And one of the biggest issues that I would say Spear Bastion had previously is it barely didn't line up with your cooldowns, because Spear Bastion was 1 minute long, it still is, and all of your other cooldowns lined up around 50 seconds, because basically Demo Shout is a 45-second cooldown, and your avatar ends up being around, I would say, 50 seconds on average when you factor in the average amount of CDR. So usually, at about 50 seconds, you would end up popping Demo Shout and Avatar, because you delay Demo Shout for Avatar. And the problem with that was you were always getting your Spear Bastion off much later. So this meant that Spear Bastion never aligned with your burst window as Prot Warrior, so you were having to delay your burst window by 10 seconds every single time to get Spear Bastion to line up. However, with the Mechanico CDR, even on 1 to 2 targets, boom, it aligns with every single burst window perfectly. That alone is amazingly good. That made it very, very powerful, because lining up Spear Bastion consistently with burst windows on Prot Warrior is super strong. So yeah, it's very, very, very good. Would absolutely recommend. Used it on Furi a lot, but you didn't invest much into crit, so you thought it wouldn't be good on Prot. I mean, I don't know how you're building Prot, but I build entirely into crit. Crit is your best damage stat by far. So my build on Prot Warrior is crit over verse. Crit verse, minor amount of haste, and then avoid mastery like the plague. So, yeah. Obviously, you know, if you don't have a lot of crit, you may have a bit worse performance, hard to say, but I stack crit, and it's insanely good for me. Now, that said, Nature's Fury is still very powerful. You know, it's nothing to scoff at. I ran it for a while. But, there is definitely something to be said about, I would say Elysian Might. I don't know. I will say, though, the other thing that needs to be considered is what are you going to run in addition to your Covenant Legendary, right? And at the moment, if there's no new Legendary, I can tell you right now that what you will run as a Prot Warrior is Reprisal. Hands down. So, the bigger question, I would say, is what will synergize the best with Reprisal? And I don't honestly have a great answer for that, but I'm leaning more towards Elysian Might, right? Because Reprisal generates a ton of rage, so what I'm thinking is you generate more rage overall through Spear Bastion than you do through Ancient Aftershock. So, what is the new thing that you're going to be getting with Prot Warrior? Well, the new thing you're going to be getting is your tier bonus. So, you're probably more stuff, right? But your tier bonus specifically synergizes around dumping shit tons of rage. Just as much rage as humanly possible. So, what this means is that even if you have excess rage, which was one of the issues previously with Spear Bastion, you had a lot of this excess rage that you really couldn't do much with. You would just kind of dump it into a free Ignore Pain and then slam it down and boom, you're back up to max rage. Now, if you're just generating shit tons of rage and pumping in like random Ignore Pains even when you don't need it, you're still getting a damage benefit, because now you're funneling that rage not only into Anger Management, which was already pretty good, but now you're getting stacks of that buff from your tier bonus. Now you're getting beefier Shield Slams, beefier Thunderclaps. So, I would say now having a shit ton of rage to spend actually matters a lot more than it used to. It already was kind of good, but it wasn't good enough to outweigh the benefit of Night Fae. But at this point, if we're going to see Night Fae and Kyrian being as close as they are currently, Kyrian already is slightly ahead, but if the advantages that we're getting are going to favor more rage dumping, then Kyrian wins that as well. So, as much as I love Night Fae, and as much as I have been an advocate for Night Fae Prot Warrior for pretty much the entirety of this patch, I do think that Kyrian will end up being better, provided there are no balance changes, because if they nerf Mechanicos, then suddenly Night Phase looking pretty nice. But Mechanicos at the moment is just so fucking broken. It's just hard not to run him. I will do testing on the PTR, though. Provided the PTR doesn't drop with Final Fantasy, right? Because we look at... Actually, yeah, they're gonna do that. So, if I look at my calendar, we see they're not dropping it next week. They've already said that. So, the earliest it will drop, in my opinion, is the 30th. Now, if it drops on that Tuesday, if it drops on the 30th, I will test the PTR briefly before Endwalker, because we'll have a few days, right? If it drops on the Friday that Endwalker comes out, because... admittedly, for Blizzard's credit, that wouldn't be a direct snipe. That actually would stick to their standards of, they have been releasing PTRs on a Friday. So I could see them saying, oh, well, historically, we've been releasing our PTRs on Friday, so this is when we're releasing it. When it would obviously be to compete with Final Fantasy. Now, oh, I got hit by that. I thought as long as I was out of the circle, I'd be fine. Okay, let me, do this pull. These guys are trying to get themselves killed. Fuck me. Okay. Whew. Anyways, I highly suspect, right, that the reason that we didn't get PTR this week, despite it being data mined and likely already prepared to go, is because they want to be able to say, oh, well, we always release it on a Friday, and because we took the week off on Thanksgiving, we decided that we'd launch it the same day as Endwalker. I highly suspect that that's why they did it. That's why we're getting the delayed PTR. But, you know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's possible that they are just delaying it until then because that's when it makes the most sense. But I'm always a bit skeptical of Blizzard. What can I say? Regardless, though, if it comes out the day Endwalker launches, I hope nobody will expect me to cover the PTR, because fuck the PTR. Endwalker is 100% going to be my focus there. It would be a shame, though, because I do want to cover it. I'm, like, eagerly awaiting news of, like, class balance and stuff. I really want to see what's going to happen, tank-wise, in 9.2. But I'm not that curious that I would miss Final Fantasy's expansion for it, so... it would be nice if they put it out earlier. I think, as always, if Blizzard does try to snipe Endwalker with another thing with the PTR launch, man, like, it would just kind of be depressing. Because at that point, they're kind of shooting themselves in the foot, right? Because nobody who plays both games, nobody who plays Final Fantasy and WoW is going to pick a 9.2 PTR over the new Final Fantasy expansion. So... if they try to snipe it, all they're going to end up doing is losing testers. They're just going to make it so a large chunk of their testers will not be testing their content, or at least not for a few weeks. If they release it on Tuesday, then, yeah, there are people like me who are curious about 9.2 and will probably check it out for a day or two before Endwalker hits. And then, boom, they get a day or two of testing out of me. I get to put out, like, a video going over my findings, and... you know, they don't completely fuck over their, the purpose of a PTR. So, I don't know. That would be the smart thing, right? But I've lost faith in Blizzard's ability to do the smart thing. Oh, I thought I killed that guy for a second. Oh, dear God. I'm so sorry. That was close. Alright, I guess we wait here. I really love how you get so much Aether Pool off this. Like in Palace of the Dead, my Aether Pool is kind of capped out because you don't really get upgrades off lower floors, and I haven't really pushed in a while. But here, I'm like actually close to max, and I've just been farming this one floor set for a while. It's pretty nice, honestly. You were thinking about trying Necro. We have some primal fucking animals on our raid team that would love to get 400 extra mastery, but mastery sucks for prot. It's not, like, terrible. It's bad, yeah, but it's not the worst thing in the world. It would still give you a good damage increase. So, I'll say this. Necrolord prot is not the worst thing in the world. There are people who have gotten fairly good damage parses with Necrolord. And keep in mind that Mastery is very good for survivability, meaning that a lot of the Necrolord stuff is actually going to make you a bit tankier than the other two Covenants. So Necrolord prot, I would say, you know, that plus Fleshcraft, plus some of the Soulbind stuff, very, very good survivability-wise. But if you play your cards right, actually pretty good for damage too. Not as good as Kyrian or Night Fae, but still good. So, generally speaking, I would actually say that... Fuck. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. Either way, if I can sneak in here. If you're able to get people in your raid group who can really make use out of those buffs with the 500 Mastery, you're going to get more overall raid DPS by being a Necrolord Prot Warrior. For sure. I can say that pretty safely. And the legendary for Necrolord is also very good. I forget what it's called. It's like Memory of Glory or something. But it's very, very strong. So... Okay, nice. You really can't go wrong with any Covenant except for, what's that other one? Venthyr? Venthyr sucks for Warriors. Venthyr is the only... Well, Prot Warriors. Venthyr is the only bad Prot Warrior Covenant, objectively speaking. It's bad for damage, it's bad for survivability. There is absolutely zero reason to play a Venthyr Prot Warrior. Every other Covenant has its uses. Night Fae is really, really good for crowd control, and really good just for AoE, pretty solid for single target. Kyrian is nuts for burst AoE, and I would say overall it has a slight edge over Night Fae, as mentioned. Necrolord is really good for support, and it's still competitive on damage. And good survivability with Fleshcraft and other stuff. So, if you really want to play Necrolord Prot Warrior, it is a solid option. Like, definitely cannot go wrong with that. Especially in the next patch, right? With the double legendaries. I think having Reprisal, because everybody's going to run Reprisal, right? You're always going to take Reprisal. It's going to be nice, because I like Reprisal, but it falls behind the Covenant legendaries a little bit. So if I can use that, plus any of the 3 Covenant legendaries, that's going to be very, very nice for Warrior. I don't know... Oh, did we use... Yeah, we used a Magicite. Cool. I don't know if it's going to make Prot good enough to compete with the other tanks, but it's good. But yeah, the main thing about that banner, right? Only use the banner, like you said, if you have some primal fucking animals that can actually benefit from it. Because otherwise, yeah, it's not great. Like, you can make it work, but the main reason to run it would be to buff other people. So, a lot of people will say, oh, well, I want to be a support player on my Prot Warrior, so I want to go ahead and run Necrolord and buff my group. But if you're just randomly buffing a few people with that banner, on average, it's going to do fuck all for you. Oh. Poor guy got a Mimic and didn't say anything. But yeah, so generally speaking, the mistake that people make is thinking that it's universally a good buff. It's only a good buff for some specs, and only if you, like, time it around their burst windows. So, the problem with Necrolord Prot Warrior, another thing, is that you're not going to be able to just throw down your banner whenever. You can't just be like, boom, slam down banner, you guys benefit from this. You need to basically coordinate with your DPS and figure out, hey, when are you guys popping your damage cooldowns so I know when I should pop this to get you guys to make the most out of it. And then as a result, it means you're going to be delaying your cooldowns a little bit, and you're going to be losing a bit of damage, because what matters more is their DPS, not yours. So, important thing to keep in mind there. The buff is proximity-based, so you can control who gets the buff as long as you figure out who's near you. So, I could be wrong on this, but I think it also is people in your subgroup. So it favors people in your subgroup, and then it's proximity based within that. And then after that, if there's nobody in your subgroup nearby, it'll target people outside of your subgroup. I could be wrong in that, once again. So I do know the whole thing about proximity. That is definitely a large component of it. So you're going to want to make sure that they group up near you, or you group up near them. But a lot of times, they are going to have to move to you. So one of the other issues with Necrolord is it's not always good for tanks, or for tanks on some bosses, right? It's not always good because, for instance, like Guardian of the first ones, the tank needs to be kind of isolated. So unless you manage to line it up to a point where they are always bursting at points where you're not tanking the boss, then you can't use it on Guardian, because if you happen to be in front of the boss, they can't be near you. So at that point, it's random. It'll just go to whoever happens to be the closest. So it's a bit inconsistent like that. Painsmith is another good example of a really hard fight to coordinate that on, because both tanks will be running all over the place for a lot of that fight. Makes it really, really hard. Some other ones, a Fate Scribe on Mythic. Kel'Thuzad, another good example. Lots of bosses where the tank has to, like, bounce out to Africa at, like, random points. Especially, like, fights where, during some of your burst windows, the tank might have to move, is where it becomes problematic. Like, Painsmith, a lot of points, like, while you're lusting, if you lust and then the tank gets the hammer, you're fucked. So, iffy there. Alright. Focus on this guy real quick. There's no cloud. Oh, there is a cloud directly below him. But I can just go like this, right? Yeah. Pretty good. I got clipped by one. I didn't see it. Whoops. Either way, we're sitting pretty. One more. Nice. I also like how every time you beat a final boss in Heaven on High, it gives you +1 to each of your weapons. Or weapons and armor. I think that's pretty good. I wish Palace of the Dead did that as well. Would be a lot nicer in my opinion. Alright. Enhanced Infuriate. How's that work? Traits. Okay, Enhanced Infuriate. Reduces the recast time. Oh! Wait. Oh! So that means that my AoE is a better usage. Huh. Because if I hit multiple targets with an AoE ability, I get a CDR on Infuriate. Interesting. Huh. Upgrades Berserk to Inner Release. Infuriate grants the effect Nascent Chaos, upgrading Decimate to Chaotic Cyclone. Fellcleave to Inner Chaos. Interesting. So that's all new stuff for me. I don't know shit about a lot of the 70 to 80 stuff. What's my opinion about Endgame and WoW? Plus 20 keys, Mythic rating. So I'm going to piss off a lot of people here. I don't consider them to be on the same level. Mythic rating is the endgame. To me, basically, any sort of... I just don't find Mythic Plus to be true endgame. I think Mythic Plus is a gearing stepping stone for raids. And, like I said, a lot of people are going to be really pissed at me for saying that. But I honestly just don't see Mythic Plus as a fun, interesting system that has that much complexity. I just don't. I don't see the appeal to it. I don't understand why people like to push it so much, because I did that back in Legion, and I got bored really fast. I don't think it's interesting. I think at a certain point, it just ends up being, you need to outgear it, and then you need to run a very specific comp with a lot of damage reductions so you can beat the scaling on it. After you've seen, like, every single dungeon on, like, a plus 15, hell, a plus 10 level, you just have no challenge anymore. There's no challenge, it's just arbitrary difficulty. So I don't think plus 20 keys are an actual challenge. I think they're just tedious, and the only reason you do them is to get the teleports. So I got my Keystone Master, and the only reason I got my Keystone Master is because I wanted to be able to upgrade gear up to the maximum level. So it gives me a direct gameplay upgrade as a result. I don't really give a shit about the teleports, so I haven't bothered with plus 20s. But I've done a few like 17s and 18s, and I was just bored. I just don't think it's fun. Completely agree, only reason you push keys is high Raider IO bragging rights. Yeah. I don't know, like, so to me, I don't like the way that it works, and I'm also a bit jaded because I was a challenge mode player back in the day. And I think that the challenge of challenge modes was way, way better than the challenge of Mythic Plus, because I think the idea of do it quickly, but do it perfectly is harder than do it, but everything hits harder and, you know, has more health. So you just need more damage and more reduction. Because at that point, you're not really executing it perfectly. You're just beating all the mechanics with raw damage and stuff like that. But when I did challenge modes, right, when we basically tried to reduce the time by a lot, there was a challenge in figuring out some of the really crazy methods. Like, I've mentioned before, buddy. Come on. Oh my god. I think they walked into the circle and then just like tabbed out. But they didn't actually walk into the circle. And okay, there we go. Nice. They figured it out. Legion was a joke for M+, running 20+ dungeons with 5 demon hunters and working as a valid comp. Yeah. To be fair, that did get nerfed. So, yes, I did love that in terms of how stupid it was. But it actually did get nerfed. So, yeah. Planning out CDs and polls and doing proper CC rotation can be fun. The main appeal is basically seeing how far you can go. Yeah, but like, I don't know. Because like, to me, eventually, if I wipe in a Mythic Plus, right? It's never like, oh, we didn't CC. It's sometimes we didn't CC properly. But it's never like, oh, we didn't plan that out properly. We can plan this out further. It's usually Joe Dipshit isn't doing enough DPS, and, you know, because of that, we just can't meet the arbitrary check because of this keystone level. So, yes, sometimes it is the case that, oh, you have to do really complicated pulls. But most of the time, let's be real here, if you're doing, like, plus 20s or something, you're doing the safest pulls possible. There's no reason to do really, really big pulls. The reason that people enjoy watching the MDI isn't because they do safe pulls. It's because they do time-based keys. They're not doing high-level keys. They're effectively doing challenge modes. Except there's no in-game reward for that. It's just the MDI. So I would say the MDI, if anything, proves that people prefer to watch dungeons done in a very coordinated, like, interesting manner in a speedrun setting than dungeons that are just arbitrarily harder for the sake of being harder. So I think, personally, keep Mythic Plus as it is, whatever. But I do think that challenge modes should come back, because I think they are more fun. I think they're more challenging. I think they actually have an element of skill that is not present in Mythic Plus, which is, well, not present in regular Mythic Plus. To be clear, I'm not saying that the MDI teams don't have skill. They do, but that's why the MDI is basically a completely different thing from... You know what? I have only myself to blame for that one. This is what you get for just talking and just not paying any attention whatsoever. Yay! God, I'm a fucking idiot. Like, there was like part of my brain that had the thought of, what if this is a, like, trap? And what if this blows up too? And I'm just like, you know, it's probably not. I just clicked it. And, yeah. Good job, me. Fucking genius over here. Ugh, fucking hell. Anywho, The teams that run the MDI absolutely are very skilled, but the thing is, like, a lot of the skill that is demonstrated in the MDI isn't something that matters in key pushing. Now, they've been doing the Great Push lately. The Great Push is a completely different thing, but I'm going to be honest. I think the Great Push is boring as shit. I have no interest in watching it. For that exact reason. It's not interesting. Like, it's nice that they finally made a Mythic Plus tournament that actually reflects Mythic Plus, and not a Mythic Plus tournament that reflects challenge modes, which they fucking removed from the game. But, I don't know. I mean, I can't tell you what the viewership is like. Maybe the viewership is so much better in the Great Push than MDI, and that's why they've been doing it. Maybe a lot of people really like watching it. Maybe I'm the minority. I wasn't a huge fan of the MDI. I never was. But I think it's more interesting than the Great Push because Mythic Plus is boring as shit. That's my personal opinion. You're welcome to disagree with me on that. But I mean, I like doing WoW speedruns, right? The reason I like doing WoW speedruns is because it gives me a similar feeling to challenge modes. Because even if it's leveling, right? The feeling of planning out a leveling route and calculating the time and basically seeing, like, especially Shadowlands is kind of boring to route, honestly, which is why I haven't done that many speedruns recently and why I've stopped doing speedruns for now. The Shadowlands zones are just boring as shit to level in even Threads of Fate. It's just not interesting. But routing out 10 to 50 was really fun because there are so many pulls that I could do in 10 to 50, especially like in WOD zones and stuff, that are really difficult, but I could like coordinate it and plan out cooldowns and basically be like, well, if I get these specific quests and then do this pull in this order and like position myself accordingly, I can like get a glider off in this spot and like shave off 5 seconds. Like doing really like tight practice and timing and stuff like that over the course of an entire speedrun is really fun for me. It's something I absolutely love. And that's kind of what I enjoyed about challenge modes. Like, challenge modes to me were that. It was me and my friends would figure out what, like, a really efficient route we could do was. We'd be like, okay, we're gonna run around, pull all these mob packs together, then we're gonna drop, like, a capacitor totem, and then we're gonna chain these like, CCs together, and then we're gonna pop all of these cooldowns, and we're gonna save these cooldowns for the boss. And then on the boss, we would do crazy shit like pulling in extra mobs to funnel it into soul cap damage, then dragging the boss away to drop the entire soul cap on the boss itself. Then we would finish off the mobs, go into the rest of the dungeon, and do some other crazy strategy and stuff like that. And we didn't need to do any of that. Like, it was all a fun challenge because we were challenging ourselves to see how quickly could we complete this dungeon. Could we do batshit crazy stuff and lower the timer, like, by 5 seconds or something like that? And when you make it work, it feels awesome. But in Mythic Plus, you're not rewarded for doing that stuff. In Mythic Plus, whenever I run with my friends these days, we're like, all right, so we're going to do, like, the safest pull possible. We're going to sit in the corner. We're going to just pull one pack at a time. And as long as we pull the right packs and, you know, have good DPS, we're going to time the key. We're going to get our gear. And that's all that matters. Because what incentive is there outside of Raider IO score to doing big pulls? And I guess once again, you could say, oh, well, it's because you want the challenge and stuff. And I'll admit, one of the nice things about the challenge is we got to be on the leaderboards. So having a speed leaderboard for that, I'll say it mattered. For us, definitely. It was fun. So not having that and it being entirely based around like how high you can push, which a lot of times just requires grinding, kind of put off a lot of my friends to Mythic Plus. It put off me to Mythic Plus. You remember soloing M+15s back in Legion on a tank DH? So I didn't use Rift World Codex, but I loved Tank Demon Hunter. That was what I mained. You didn't need Rift World Codex, honestly. So the nice thing about Spirit Bomb is if you did enough damage, you just didn't need survivability trinkets. So Rift World was like basically an oh shit button. Or it wasn't really an oh shit button, but like it was like kind of a backup, like if you felt like the pull was going badly. But honestly, I ran either KJ's Burning Wish or Archimonde's Hatred Reborn, depending on the thing. Then, what was my other trinket? I think I ran just the Pantheon trinket, right? So, I did, so I didn't time solo 15, so I also did solo 15s, right? But I remember I timed a few 15s where my entire group wiped on the last boss, and then I just soloed the final boss for like 5 minutes, and then we timed the key. Just because I'm like, fuck it, I'm a demon hunter, I might as well do this. So, it was fun, yeah. Demon hunters could do some really broken shit in plus 15s. Honestly, I miss Legion DH. Old Spirit Bomb was the shit, man. That was so much fun. Which group do I follow? You know what? Fuck it, I'm going this way. I'm following these guys. Also, refresh my buff. Doing big fucking damage, that's what you love the most about M+. Doing 7k DPS last season on an undergeared Arcane Mage? True, but like... So here's the thing, Toth. Did you ever do challenge modes? Because, like, yes, that is a fun part about dungeons, but that's a fun part about any dungeon. And I can tell you, in challenge modes, you could do some crazy numbers. So, people who love doing big numbers loved challenge modes because, holy shit. Like, with challenge modes, you could effectively get the best possible set of gear. So, the type of shit that people do for time locking right now, where they make those, like, really broken sets, and they optimize their damage by a crazy amount, you could do that with challenge modes, but only with gear for the current expansion. So that's kind of how it worked. All of your gear would scale down, but it would scale down to an item level for that expansion, right? So basically you would get like every single best possible itemized piece. You would get like as many gem slots as possible. You would get your best trinkets, and you would do so much fucking damage in M+, not M+, in challenge modes. It was crazy. And especially with some of the broken pulls that we did with, like, Soul Cap and, what was it, Mirror of the Blade Master? God, you could do some crazy shit. It was fun. So that was also my favorite part about challenge modes, but trust me when I say, you did crazier DPS and more, like, fun pulls in challenge modes all the time compared to M+, which is just like every now and then you get a big pull that's fun. Rift World is a safe option for pulling big packs. If you get stunned, the Fire proc deals 15% extra damage from Artifact, 10% Leech from Tertiary, 20% from Spirit Bomb. Yeah, like, no, I know a lot of people who liked running Rift World, but the main thing is so many people would ask me why I didn't run Rift World, and it, like, pissed me off. Oh, shit, Luring Trap. We don't have a Pomander of Witching. Alright. Okay. We're alive. That worked out. You haven't played MoP? It was in WoD too, but admittedly a lot of people didn't play WoD either. Yeah. Like, that's one of those things where a lot of people will cite things that they loved about M+, where I'm like, God, it was like that in challenge modes, and it was so much better. So, people who never played challenge modes honestly just don't know what they're missing. And that's not a bad thing, right? Like, I'm not criticizing you for not playing it. It's Blizzard's fault. I'm mad at Blizzard because it was such a fun system that so many people didn't get a chance to experience. And it's because those dumbasses removed it from the game for no fucking reason. Probably so it doesn't compete with M+, because, you know, they need to have people doing the newest system. And God forbid people just play what they enjoy, right? It's like, imagine if, when Bozja came out, Final Fantasy devs just removed Eureka. Because they were like, oh, God forbid, like, if 5 people do Eureka, then that means there's 5 less people doing Bozja. And we need everybody to be doing Bozja. Because, you know, we don't have confidence in the new thing we designed. That's like what World of Warcraft does every single fucking expansion, and it makes me so mad. Because, like, for people who really like Eureka, imagine if it got removed, and now they can't play Eureka, all because the Final Fantasy devs were, like, insecure about their new system. And that's World of Warcraft in a nutshell, and it's fucking annoying. So, yeah. Don't like that. Okay, perfect. I should be safe here. Nice. But yeah, I was not a fan of Rift World Codex. It's not bad, right? But I preferred one of the legendary trinkets, because both of those were really safe options. Like, if you popped KJ's Burning Wish, boom, you're back to full health. If you pop Archimon's, like, not only did it give you a massive absorb shield, but you basically couldn't die while it was active. So it was very good. That said, I would guess my main question would be to you, which legendaries did you run? Because the main reason why most people didn't run that is because a lot of people ran really bad legendaries for Vengeance, because the Vengeance Demon Hunter guide writers were really shit and gave people really bad advice. So, like, the pants, I remember, was one where most guide writers always said that, oh, legendary pants for Vengeance DH, they're, like, the best thing, you should always run this. And it was, like, not the case at all. Those pants were something that you would only ever want to run in very specific scenarios on raid bosses, and, like, some high keys. But it was something that they basically touted as a universally good legendary, and it pissed me off, because that wasn't the case. There was another one, too. I forget what it was. There were a lot of, there was tons of misinformation for Vengeance Demon Hunter. I'm not going to say names, but because I was a big theory crafter in Legion, but I butted heads with the people in the Fellhammer a lot. So there were a lot of times where I would pop in there and, like, you know, respond to questions and give advice, and then one of the moderators would be like, oh, I disagree with that statement. And I'm like, okay, yeah, man, what's your mythic prog? And they're like, oh, well, I'm like, you know, 5 out of 10. And I'm like, okay, well, I've fully cleared the tier, right? So I know what I'm talking about. And, you know, especially when people would ask questions on damage, I hated how they would always say that, like, there's, like, this really shitty attitude, or it was at the time, of tank damage doesn't matter in a lot of the class discords, and all they gave a shit about was how much or how well you could survive. So I would see questions in the class Discord about maximizing your Vengeance Demon Hunter damage. And at the time, I had every single rank 1 parse in Tomb of Sargeras Mythic. So I was going in there answering questions about how to min-max your damage in a Vengeance Demon Hunter, because at the time, I was the best in the world at min-maxing damage on Vengeance Demon Hunter, plain and simple. And they would basically respond to those questions saying stuff like, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, excuse me? Like, it does. Like, whether or not you want to say it's the only thing that matters, sure. But if somebody's in your Discord asking a question about how do I min-max my damage, and you tell them you shouldn't care about that, it's like, it pissed me off. So, yeah, I was not a fan of a lot of the theory crafters for Vengeance around the time. Some of them were okay. I would say Monkey actually was, well, Monkey, interesting. Monkey I liked, but he had a lot of fanboys that were really annoying. So there were a lot of times where I would basically say something, and then I would get Monkey fanboys coming in there saying, oh, on Monkey's guide it says something different, so you should shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. And then Monkey would actually pop in and say, no, there's merit to that, or something like that. And there were a few times where, like, he actually, like, basically would bring me up as an example of, like, hey, you know, I recommend this is what I prefer, but there are other Vengeance Demon Hunters like Lunara who use this build, and then he would, like, link me my my log page or whatever and say, like, you can use these trinkets if you want. And he was like, I don't personally enjoy that, it's not what I recommend in my guides, but this is an option. But there were people who basically would read his guides, act like that was the letter of the law, and then flame me for it, when Monkey himself was actually a fairly reasonable dude. But some of the other people in there were just unbearably frustrating to talk to. So, yeah. A lot of the stuff that people ran, Rift World Codex, I will say, Rift World Codex was one of those things where I got shit from people for not running it, because it was in the guides. People would say, oh, Rift World Codex is really good for Vengeance. It's not bad, by any stretch of the imagination. But every time I hear Rift World Codex, I think of all the people saying, oh, you're bad because you don't run Rift World Codex. And I'm like, oh yeah, do you want to compare logs, motherfucker? Like, that's what just pisses me off. So it's like, that is like a trigger word for me. I don't like to use that phrase often. And I'm like partially joking, but God. Like, those people in the fucking Vengeance Discord. I will say though, credit to the Vengeance Discord, it's not as bad as the Paladin Discord. Paladin Discord is fucking toxic, and I hate every single one of them. Those moderators can suck my dick. I think we need a bit more. I'll check for silver chest. Fuck! I am like a landmine magnet today. God damn. Please no landmine. Oh. Oh, come on, dude. Don't die again. Please. For a second there. Is he like popping home gang on pull or something? How is he so low? I don't get it. Oh, nice. I got a potion. Meta slaves. How do you think metas are created? Yeah. I will say, though, so one advantage now is Warcraft logs has become a bigger thing. So, back in the day, Warcraft logs, it was still popular back in, like, WoD and Legion and stuff, but Legion was the first expansion where I think Warcraft logs really took off, but for a large part of the expansion, it wasn't, like, that big. It was, like, well-known and stuff like that, but these days, Warcraft logs is, like, so well-known in the WoW community that, generally speaking, if people really want to know where to get information, one of the first things they'll check is Warcraft logs, and with good reason. Data is always going to be more accurate than whatever somebody says. So, I can sit here and say whatever the fuck I want, whatever my opinion is about different tanks. But the most important thing is the data. So if I say something, and then I look at Warcraft logs, and the data contradicts me, then I would say 99% of the time that means I'm wrong, right? And now it's not always that, maybe not 99% of the time. There's some times where maybe the data is misleading, and I would say knowing how to understand data, like Warcraft logs and stuff like that, is an important part of being a good player. So knowing when to look at something and understand why people are doing that is pretty important, right? So here, I can think of a good example. If I look at Warcraft logs, and I look at Sylvanas, I look at Sylvanas Windrunner on Mythic for Prot Warriors. I'm gonna help with this, and I'll check in a second. Okay, so I look at all protection warriors on Mythic Sylvanas Windrunner. So, if I look at the top parses, all 4 of the top parses for Prot Warriors on Mythic Sylvanas are running or top damage parses specifically, they're running a trinket called Shard of Anhild's Aegis. So, one way to interpret that would be to look at that and say, well, clearly, the top DPS trinket on Mythic Sylvanas is Shard of Anhild's Aegis. And it must do the most damage. Now, that would be technically correct if you were just reading the data and saying, well, if the top 4 people are all using this one trinket, that must be the best. But in reality, it's not actually correct, because it actually is a very bad damage trinket. However, the reason why it's run is because since Sylvanas does so much damage, your options are one of these. You can either spend a ton of rage on Ignore Pain to survive some of the Sylvanas overlaps, or you can pop Shard of Anhild's Aegis and survive through the entire thing, because that trinket is fucking busted. So, what ends up happening is that by running that trinket, you're able to put out more damage because you don't have to spend as much rage on Ignore Pain. So, it is correct that it is a very good option for damage, but it's not correct that it's because it does a lot of damage. So there are cases like that where you may be able to look at the data and interpret it incorrectly. So it's important to understand why people are running what they are. But generally speaking, if you look at the top 3 DPS, or the top 4 DPS Prot Warriors, and they're all running a defensive trinket, that probably means you should be running a defensive trinket on Mythic Sylvanas. So, yeah. And then there's my case where, on my Prot Warrior, I haven't managed to get a single defensive trinket to drop for this entire tier, so I just get fucked. There's a reason I've swapped a Brewmaster for Sylvanas. My Prot Warrior gets fucking dicked on Sylvanas. It's honestly pretty miserable. It's not fun at all. It also is a little bit depressing if you notice how, wow, 59% of Prot Warriors on Sylvanas are Kyrian. Damn. Nightfey has fallen off hard. I mean, I guess I also swapped off Nightfey, so I fall not into this specific category because my Prot Warrior has not killed Sylvanas, but I definitely do fall into the category of Prot Warriors that have made the jump back to Kyrian. Unfortunate, but it is what it is. It is very strong right now. It does surprise me that Elysian Might is only run by 3 out of 100 of the top Prot Warriors. Now, that being said, Elysian Might is run by the #1 Prot Warrior. So, I definitely think Elysian Might is the best legendary for damage, but it's worth noting that Reprisal is run a ton on this, and there is a lot of merit for Reprisal on Mythic Sylvanas because of the fact that Reprisal gives you way more survivability than Elysian Might does. Now, I don't think that you need Reprisal to actually tank Mythic Sylvanas. I think it's a bit over the top, but there is merit to it. Reprisal is solid for damage, and it's also, yeah, we don't need to use any of these things. It's also, pretty good for damage reduction, at least for shield block uptime. That's pretty much the only thing it's good at, shield block uptime. Now, you don't really need shield block uptime, but it's not terrible. Alright. I guess we probably should just use this, right? Where's the exit? That's not here, but might as well just kill these guys. Landmines today. Just, all over the place. Okay, someone DC'd, and apparently everybody's following me, so... Oh, it's on the opposite side. Ah, damn. Oh. I wish they had gone into different rooms instead of following me, but... it's okay, I guess. This cooldown is honestly insane, though. In a release, I like this. It's simple, but it's fucking fun to press. Fellcleave is just a really fun button. So, being able to mash that is kind of sick. I dig it. I'm gonna get aggro on this. We're on, what, floor 24? Oh, we still have a ways to go. For some reason, I thought we were higher than this. Oh, well. Oh, fuck. Well. Guess we're gonna have to fight more. There we go. Alright, we have 1 Magicite and 3 Petrifications. Magicite should be saved for the big open floors, probably. Check this. Okay, well that's 2 Magicite. And just run through here, take out as many enemies as possible. Oh, perfect. Okay. Commander of Steel. Nice. Okay, so they're using the Pomander of Alteration every floor. Oh, somebody pulled something. Nice. Where are they? Oh, they want the silver chest. Okay. Alright, I'll grab the silver chest. Thankfully, that one didn't blow up in my face, but still kind of on a bad track record today for those. How's my armor doing? 84, 85? That's pretty nice. I think if I'm lucky, I'll be able to get to 99 for Aether Pool by the end of the day. I think that would be pretty good to have. Because I haven't done enough Heaven on High to max out my armor, but at this point I'm spamming it quite a bit. And I'm getting a decent amount of upgrades. So if I hit 70 off this, it should be enough. Now for... Oh. And they popped another petrification. Well, I think this inner release was a little bit overkill then. Okay, so we still have 2 Magicite. The exit is somewhere over there. Oh, fuck. Well, we picked the wrong room to ignore. Unfortunate. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? I swear he is a Death Wish. He definitely got hit by that, right? He lived, but, like, he got pox. I don't know if he's just, like, trying to speedrun this, or if he just has no fucking clue what he's doing. But he's gotten, like, either killed or nearly killed a lot of times. He could purify that, though. We do have 2 purity Pomanders, so... yeah. If he wants to do it, he can. I'm not gonna remind him. Because maybe he just doesn't give a shit. I don't know. Oh. At least we didn't get, Nice. Could use a Magicite here, but... we probably should have used a Magicite, come to think of it. Because we could have Petrification the next one, and then Magicited one more. Oh well. Oh, what? No! Come on! I was having so much fun. And they just said, fuck that, and popped a Magicite. Well, that's one way to do it, I guess. I was ready to go in there and just, you know, drop down an inner release, and that... Yep, that did not come out right. Pomander of Steel and Affluence. Oh yeah, we can't use Pomanders. Okay. Might as well just use it here. Oh, hey, another petrification. Well, that makes things a lot easier. Okay, well, this guy's going all the way to the end, it seems. Ah. Alright. Like, at this point, it seems silly not to cure Pox, when literally we have so many Pomanders of Purity. Okay, yeah, there you go. Nice job. They grabbing the silver chest? Alright. Ooh. Dodge that landmine. Now, back this way we go. Huh. I think I need to make more coffee at some point. I will say, I don't know why, but like I felt so exhausted lately. Like initially I was hoping to be level 70 by the time that I started this stream, but I've slept for like, I don't even know, like 16 hours in the last 2 days combined. I've just been, that's supposed to be normal, right? I normally don't sleep a full 8 hours. So that is actually abnormal for me. But I felt so tired recently. I don't know why. I guess raiding 6 hours of Mythic a night probably will do that to you, but at the same time, I used to be able to raid for like 8 hours every single day, and I would just not even be bothered, so... Is this what it feels like to get old? Fuck. Okay, come on, let's go. It's not even any silver chests. Why are we fighting mobs? Or they hit a luring trap? Maybe? I don't know. Oh, fuck. Alright, then. Okay, hopefully that's the last mob we have to fight. I think after this run, I'm going to go do my class quests, because I need to get that done at some point. Oh, come on, man. Oh, you're killing me. Oh! Dopamine exhaustion? That's possible. I would not be surprised, honestly. This past week has been a lot. Like... Yeah, like, the stuff with my cat definitely was rough. So that on top of raiding 6 hours a night on top of video editing probably is what did it, but I don't know. It's just... It sucks, because, like, I don't have time to actually do anything I want to do. Like, I keep saying I'm going to play more Final Fantasy, like, off-stream and stuff. Genuinely, like, I played a little bit, but outside of my streams for the past 2 weeks, this is the only time I play Final Fantasy. And it's not because I don't want to play it, but I never have the time. It sucks. Because I keep wanting to play it. And then I remember everything else that I need to do. And I'm like, like, I haven't edited my video. I still need to record more footage. And blah. And then that all got put back a few days. So, it's frustrating. Oh, nice. Got 2 Magicites. I didn't realize we had that. Thought we only had the 1. I'm surprised that Upheaval has a beast gauge cost, because the equivalent for Gunbreaker is free. Is that guy dead? Oh! He barely made it out. Nice. Yeah, 2 mil XP per is actually not bad. Definitely a good way to level. Because I'm 66 now. That's, like, solid as fuck. Yeah, sure. I thought about, like, trying to portal hop there, like, teleport to the Gold Saucer, then take the ferry from Vesper Bay. That's just too much effort. I'm just gonna spend the money. At a certain point, I'd rather just dump money on getting an instant TP. Yes. Yeah, 1 second. Let me message my dad, because if he's able to bring me coffee, that would mean I don't have to get up, and that would, be a lot easier. Otherwise, I'll have to get up and make it myself, but I definitely need coffee. Where are my other professions at, come to think of it? Or, jobs. Paladin's at 30. Dark Knight's at 40. Yeah, I don't know if I can catch both of them up in time for Endwalker. I think Dark Knight might be something that I do, like, in my free time after Endwalker launches. Like, when I get a chance, when I'm not busy, I just go and level Dark Knight a little bit. Because I would like to have it as an option. But I'll probably end up maining Gunbreaker anyway. So, I'm more leveling Warrior and Paladin in the off chance that Gunbreaker ends up being, like, really bad. I don't think it will, because balance in this game is usually pretty solid, but you never know. Better safe than sorry, right? I forgot, I don't have the, inner release thing yet. Damn. Ow. Yeah, the animation in Felcleave is sick. Definitely one of my favorite tank abilities. Hopefully that's it. Oh, there's more down here. Yes. Oh yeah, this was like the first place where you find the towers, huh? It's cool that, like, I can see it out here while doing the warrior quest. Definitely wasn't their intention, because this was made during Heavensward, but Actually, no, this was made during Stormblood, right? Yeah. Because I'm doing the 60 to 70 stuff. Right. But it's cool that you just see it looming off in the distance. Definitely curious to see how that gets resolved. Wrong. I'm really fucking up my keybinds right now. Okay, there we go. That's what I was trying to do. Yeah. Don't really care about the warrior questline. I tried to follow this back with the Curious George stuff, and it honestly just kind of got exhausting. I was not a fan of it. Maybe that's, like, a hot take? I don't know. The only questline that I've ever heard people say is, like, exceptionally good is the Dark Knight one. Every other one, people are like, yeah, it's fine. Like, I paid attention to the Gunbreaker one, and it wasn't bad, but it was, like, pretty standard. Like, the characters, if anything, are pretty nice, but the story itself was pretty basic. Okay, so I'm guessing the next quest will be at 67? Probably won't have enough XP to get it then. Scholar has cool stuff? Interesting. I don't know when I'll end up leveling Scholar. That's definitely going to be something, like, on the bottom of my priority list. Nothing against Scholar, just, like, it's, not something that I plan on playing. But if you say it is a good questline, then whenever I get around to it, I'll definitely, pay attention to it. I know, like, the NPCs that you interact with for Scholar, if I remember correctly, have, like, more importance than the story, than, some of the other ones, so that definitely does sound more interesting in that regard. Yeah, well, that's at least one of the mobs down. You don't know how anybody says... you don't know what anybody says about it, but it is cool lore? Gotcha. Yeah, like, the issue that I have with the Warrior storyline is it's just, like, the Warriors, as far as I can tell, aren't really interesting. Like, you learn from Curious George, and it's all about, like, Curious George teaching you, but being afraid to teach you because, like, when he first taught you, or when he first learned this stuff, like, he couldn't control it. And then he ends up, like, losing his mind, and you have to, like, control him or something like that, or, like, you know, calm him down. But then, like, the rest of the questline just turns into, automatically, you're now a better warrior than your trainer, and your trainer now has to be babysat because he doesn't know how to be any better. So it's all about, like, this is the 50 to 60 stuff. It's all about teaching him how to be a better warrior. And I'm going to be honest, I lost interest entirely in that section. I thought it was so boring that, like, the entire questline, you're just babysitting Curious George. So, like, I thought he was a mildly interesting character, but, like, not really that interesting in A Realm Reborn. And then, Heavensward, I was not interested at all. And I'm going to be completely real, I have no fucking clue what's going on in the 60 to 70 warrior storyline, because I've just stopped caring. I skipped, like, the last two quests of 50 to 60 because I got so bored of it. And I haven't paid attention to any of it since. The Gunbreaker stuff is, like, I kind of agree with what you say in terms of the Scholar stuff. The Gunbreaker stuff, it's like a basic story, but the lore behind Gunbreaker is pretty cool. Because it's all about, like, you're being taught by some guy who... It's kind of like, actually, in many ways, a lead up to Bosja. Because you're being taught by, like, a Bosjan refugee. So you learn about, like, the situation in Bosja and stuff like that from your Gunbreaker trainer before that's ever, like, a major plot point. So I guess at this point, maybe it's not terribly interesting because that's, like, kind of a really big part of the game at this point. But when I was doing that like, Gunbreaker questline, I was like, whoa, there's, like, this whole thing about, like, these people in Bosnia who are being, like, oppressed, and they're trying to, like, fight back and stuff, and it was cool learning about that. And now it's just, a much bigger part of the story, which is fine. I mean, the Bosnia story is cool, but I guess it maybe takes it a little bit away from the interesting aspects of Gunbreaker's story. I could be wrong about that, though. Maybe it's entirely possible that I appreciate the Bosnia story more because I played Gunbreaker. That's actually a possibility that I didn't initially think of. So, yeah. It does have good lore, though, either way. I do like the Gunbreaker story. And the characters are good. I'm gonna be real, I forget the name of the dude. I actually forget the Gunbreaker trainer name, but all I know is, it's a Hrothgar guy, and then he has a Viera healer named Sophie. And I remember, like, he and Sophie would always, like, get into these little, like, bicker matches, and I always thought that was pretty funny. So I thought, as characters, they were pretty good. And that is important at the end of the day. Alright, not quite to 67 yet. That's going to tell me that this is 68. Okay. If it was 67, I'd probably, like, scrounge up a bit of experience from, like, Fates or something. And just not waste money on travel. But if it's 68, then, let's see. I'm tempted to do Duty Roulette, but Duty Roulette would be better used on, like, my Paladin or something. Well, I'm gonna stop by the Golden Saucer. It was 69 gil for a teleport. Just because it's fast. So, I'll teleport here. If there is a gate up, like Air Force One, there is. Air Force One or Leap of Faith. Okay, Leap of Faith. I'll do Leap of Faith. I don't know if I've done this on stream before, but generally speaking, I fucking suck at Leap of Faith. I think I might have done it once. Like, I'm good at the one where it's like, you have to climb the wood. Yeah, this is the one that I suck at. I've done this without falling, like, once, and I was really surprised when it happens. 99% of the time I do this, I'm, like, falling off constantly. So, we'll see. But the one with the wood scaffolding, that one I do like. That one I'm usually fairly good at. Like, these, like, floating platforms, I'm terrible at... Yeah. What? Okay. That one felt a little bit bullshit. I don't know how I, like, ricocheted off the side and then, like, flew off in this different direction. Okay. Now, I know I said that I fall off a lot, but the game is, like, really trying to prove it. Like, I don't think that was a really big mistake. I think that was just a control issue on the game's part. I've never seen that happen. That's fucking wild. Okay. Let's see. I need one more silver and more bronze. Bronze ones are usually just, like, on the way. Okay, at least I didn't get put back to the start. Okay, just 2 bronze and then the final golds. Bronze guy is just up ahead. Cool. So now it's just this final jump, which always fucks me up. Okay. Don't fall, don't fall. Oh my god. Yes! Oh, okay. Whew. I normally fuck that up a few times, so I am proud of myself there. Oh, I hate that thing. And back to Kugane. Wonder if there's any hunts. I haven't done anything but the Shadowbringers hunts, but I've unlocked the Stormblood hunts. And the hunting board is, yeah, it's over there, clan hunt board. So I heard these things give good experience. It's not bad, I guess. I guess these things are really easy. Okay, then it's 2. So that doesn't give any XP. So that's 5k. I'm probably not going to do that, so I won't bother. Okay, what is... There's the 1 star. That is Fringes. Okay, so 2 of these are Ruby C. Rasen Kaikyo and Isle of Zeki. It's easy if you know where they are. Yeah, like, by the time I was, like, really into Shadowbringers and stuff, I knew where all of the Shadowbringers hunt locations were, but I am not familiar with any of these. I probably can figure it out based on, like, generic memory and stuff like that. Like, Glittering Basin, Yansha. I vaguely remember where these are. Sea of Blades. Okay, so all these are in those places. I'm going to start in the Ruby Sea. So, okay, none of these are in Ruby Sea except 1 nut. So, 1 nut was Rasen Kaikyo. Actually, I can just take the Aetherite. So, Rasen Kaikyo and Isle of Zeki. There we go. That would be probably somewhere around here, and then somewhere around there, I believe. Okay. Striped Ray and Sea Serpent. And I need 2 of each. Let me refresh this while I'm at it. Okay. Striped Ray. Not there. I feel like it would be on the beach. Like, Striped Ray sounds like something that would be near the water. So, maybe in the cave, or... Check here. Definitely in the right place. Now, let me check the cave. There's no mobs in here. Right. Okay. Okay, new plan. I'm gonna see if it's on... Maybe it's in one of those caves underwater? Suppose that's possible. If I can't find it there, I'm just gonna look it up. Because I don't want to be sitting here all day looking for 1 mob. That is... Yeah, right around... Actually, does this count as Rasen Kaikyo? I'm not sure where this category falls into. Like, if this counts as part of Raisen Kaikyo. There are some, like, aquatic things around here. So maybe? But I think I'm just going to check underwater to be safe. Down we go. Not here. But there are mobs in these caves, so promising. I'm hoping it's in this next cave, because if it's not, then I give up. I have no fucking clue. The entrance is, yeah, over here. Nope. Okay. Where? Let me... yeah, I need to look this shit up. 1 star... Sea Serpent... Oh, that's part of it? Oh. Huh. Oh. I guess that makes sense. So, yeah, I wish it was more specific, because apparently Rasen Kaikyo counts as this entire area. So they're over here. That's like a very, very, very broad subzone. Huh. Isle of Zeki, though, hopefully... This one's pretty small, so I should be able to find it before long. Yep, there we go. So I need 2 of these. You're on your way to being a Kargath vending machine. I hope you're proud. Nice job, man. Getting your own little small business going. How is Classic, by the way? Because a lot of the people I know who tried it have already quit. Because, I mean, that's Classic for you, right? People say they're going to play it, and then they give up early. Same shit happened with some people I know, not naming names, in the original Classic, and then they only came back for the opening of AQ. Wonder if that'll happen again, but this time I guess it's the inverse, right? Because you're actually playing it. Alright, and that is 1 down. Now the next one is over there. I'm just going to take a teleport. It's pretty cheap. Alright. So I need 2 sea serpents, so that shouldn't be too hard. It's stupidly packed, fun for me since I didn't play it at last launch. I think, yeah, they made a good choice by only making a handful of servers because, yeah, there were definitely more people playing Original Classic, but it's gonna feel really packed because there's only a handful of servers for everybody to play on. So definitely a smart move by Blizzard there. The 40% is really nice too. You're almost 22 and just chilling, leveling nothing hardcore. Nice. Yeah, I don't know. Like, the 40% thing does sound good, but I'm just like, it wouldn't be fast enough for me to like actually do the stuff that I wanted to do, namely endgame, before Endwalker hits. I wish they released it in early November. I would have actually had time to play Classic if that was the case, but they had to delay it. They just had to. You can do any dungeon anytime right now. It's not all just boosting. When you leveled your rogue, you only could boost. To be fair, it was like that on launch too, right? There was a lot of groups up on launch. The only time I had an issue is like I out-leveled the average player. So for Blackrock Depths, I couldn't get a group for a while because there were only like 20 other people on my server that were actually around that level that wanted to do Blackrock Depths. And I had some of them on my friends list, but if they weren't on, I was kind of shit out of luck. But for the most part, yeah, there were a lot of groups up on launch. Let me hop over to Yancha. Most of it was in the Glittering Basin, I think. It's a nice cushion. Even the non-no-lifers can catch up. Yeah, for sure. You missed out on real groups, yeah. I don't know, it was like... Yeah, boosting definitely became a lot more prevalent later on. I want to say this is... No, it's not. It's fucking... For some reason, I thought it was reverse. Apparently, my dad is out, so I'm going to need to make my own coffee in a bit. Here, I'm going to do this. I can actually take that. That's brutal. Oh, I'm gonna get screwed here, huh? Definitely shouldn't have picked the wrong deck. Yeah, okay. Now I'm gonna actually use the right deck. I'll disappoint Harldan. Eh. Why do you think I'm a mage this time around, too? I mean, rogue isn't bad if you have groups, but yeah, admittedly, when it comes to soloing stuff, mage is kind of insane, so definitely a smart call there. Okay. Put it right there. Fuck. I still win, but... Wait, ooh, did I get the last card? Where is it? Yeah! Alright. I'm slowly getting these done. You know, over time, just whittling away at these triple triad NPCs. Building my collection. I actually got a few cards just before starting the stream. I was bored, and I didn't want to start it before 1. So I was like, you know what? Let me go do some triple triad. And I got like 3 card drops in that short period of time. So, pretty good luck so far. Definitely something I want to work on collecting again, because that was always kind of my favorite thing to do. Okay, this isn't. I could have sworn this was one of the hunts. Eh. Guess I was wrong. Where are the Lupin guys? Or the Lupin bandits are like over there, I think. That's not Glittering Basin. Oh, no, they're right here. Okay. Didn't realize there were some in this area too. Now, do I need only one for this or more? Hopefully only one. So I don't want to have to wait for a respawn or find some other place. Just the one. Perfect. Where else? Need any of those? I'll cross the bridge. I usually just like flying around, seeing if I can spot any. If they're all in a specific area. I need this. Yes, there we go. Bye, thing. This, I'm pretty sure I needed 2 of. Right. I don't want to pull that guy. I only need 2, so I can pull this one, and that should be enough. Gonna build up to maximum rage, or beast mode meter, or whatever it's called. I call it rage. I play warrior in WoW. I call it rage on warrior in Final Fantasy. It makes sense. And it'd be good. So I'm gonna set this up properly. Oh, that was really overkill. Okay. What else do I need here? 2 stars. Monzen. I know where to find that. Okay, yeah, that's the only one I need still. So Nama's Retreat, Azim's Step. Sea of Blades, and Cole on Azim's Step. I know where to find one of those. So, yeah, one of them is right there. I remember that. Sea of Blades, I'm sure I can find it. Nama's Retreat. Okay, so one of them is, yeah, right there. And then I guess the other one is this area. This area. Okay, shouldn't be too hard. Then, yep. These mobs I could not forget. I remember that they were here. Magatsu Kiyofusa. Fun name to say. Oh, my attack missed. Huh. Alright. Probably gonna overkill the hell out of it with this, so I'm just gonna pop it now. Yep, there we go. It's actually perfectly calculated. I need 3 of these? Fuck. That's a lot. Alright. Now, this should get me to 67. So that's nice. A little bit closer. I don't know if I'll get all the way to 71 on this stream. I'll probably get to 70 on stream, and then I guess off stream I can get the last level so I can do Bozja tomorrow. But I think that'll be fun. That's kind of my end goal. Wow, that actually didn't give me nearly as much XP as I thought. Oh well. I guess I'll TP to Reunion, get the one just north of it, and then circle the rounds? Yeah, I don't know. I'll figure something out. Definitely seems like Heaven on High is the fastest way to level, though. Because this was a method that I saw some people recommending, and it feels infinitely slower than just spamming Heaven. At least, provided you know what you're doing in Heaven on High, I guess, so... Maybe if you didn't, it would be slower? Eh. This feels really good, though. Or the Heaven on High feels really good, though. This feels a little bit slow. But at least this gives, what's the currency? Here we go. Centurio Seal. Yeah. I don't really need Centurio Seals, but it's like... I might as well. There's like some cosmetic items I could buy. So... I'm not trying to be like hyper efficient with this, more just testing out different methods. Here, probably gonna save my cooldowns for the next one because I think I need to kill 2 of these, maybe 3. I don't know. I need to kill 3. Alright. I'll just pop my cooldowns here then. And one more. Okay. Barely get off the ground. Alright. Yeah, hunts are, like, extremely boring. I'll be honest. Especially, like, on a character that I don't have tons of gear with. Like, on my Gunbreaker, I can melt stuff really quickly. So doing these at max level doesn't feel super bad. This feels a little bit tedious. Let's see, Nama's Retreat. Nama's Retreat is... Is that the 1-stars? No, those are all in, Irabanya. Okay, Baras. So I need 3 of these again. You know, I actually think I'm just gonna do this triple triad battle and then pop back over, because this is really boring. And it gives kind of crap XP. The fact that I'm still not even 67 after doing all those is like, yikes. Alright, let's see. Is this reverse? It is reverse. Chaos. Alright. Chaos and Same. I need to watch out for Same, because reverse can be a bit... iffy. Like, I could get really screwed with Same right there. We'll see. But I actually can do this. Oh, nice. All right. I'll do it one more time. If I don't get it off this one, then I head back to Heaven on High. Fine. Oh. I didn't lose that one. This is probably the best place I could put it. That would have worked with plus, but it doesn't work with same. Still one, though. Okay, no card. Okay, so I'm going to head over here, and then I need to go make coffee, and then after I make coffee, more Heaven on High. But I, like, desperately need coffee if I'm going to finish this. So, BRB. I'm good to go. Got my coffee. I'm all set. So, got 3 more levels left to grind out. All it's left to do is just sit through here and, well, get it done, I guess. So, enter Heaven on High. Match party. Crap, wrong button. Floor 21. Alright. The queue isn't too long. I mean, it was instant before, but Makes sense that it'll be a bit slower now. There we go. Remember how I said I was going to start your own thing and do infused ice creams? Yes, I do remember that. Did you change your mind, or is that going well? Jesus Christ. 3K in profit. How long have you been doing that? Was it like, were you just starting when you told me? Or had you already been doing it for a while? Oh, no. Oh, shit. I can't hit any of this shit. Yeah, I guess I got clipped by the accuracy down thing. Not even a month? Jesus. Well, shit, dude, that's nice. I'm glad that's working out. I mean, like, if that trend holds, you'll definitely, like, have more than enough to cover rent for, like, the entire winter. Right? Like, that's kind of crazy. You got 2K more in inventory ready to go, another 10K in oil you can make into ice cream? Nice. Got a massive chest freezer so you can start filling up. Like, yeah, at this point, if it's doing that well, yeah, you can just stockpile, and that should carry through the entire winter easily. It's the off-season? Shit. What if you tried doing that in the summer? Like, there could be a serious market for that. Or would, like, your boss at the ice cream place complain? Because, like, technically that would be, like, competition, right? So, I don't know. You work 1 day a week? Jesus. Yeah. I mean, you could, like, sell... I don't know how viable this is, but could you, like, sell your product, like, in the store? Obviously, like, it would be, like, working with the dude and stuff. So he would probably get, like, a cut or something. I just don't know how viable that would be. He doesn't carry supportive. That's good to hear, though. That's sick. Would they not, like, want that? Like, family-friendly store or something like that? Pretty gray market. Yeah. That makes sense, I guess. I mean, it's still legal, though. But I guess it's like... It's legal, but it's one of those things where there's still going to be those people who are like, oh, you know, drugs are bad. Oh, legally can't? Like, in what way? Oh, yeah, okay, that's fair. But it's still legal for you to, like, make and sell it. But I guess, yeah, okay, the kids thing, that makes sense. I could see that. Oh. I mean, either way, though, it's cool that you have, like, that as, like, a small side business. Like, regardless of how much it's making you, it's just cool that it's successful, right? Like, it's always nice when you have, like, an idea for something, and it works out well. And you're like, oh, yeah, shit, people do want this, I guess. Your client list isn't even 15 people, so you made 3K? Jesus. So are people, like, buying it in bulk, or are you just selling it for, like, really high markup? It's like 15 people buying ice cream for 3K. It's like crazy. $50. Oh shit. I mean, people definitely bought multiple cups then, right? People buy 4 to 6? God damn. I guess it makes sense. Like, you know, if I buy, like, Ben & Jerry's or something, I'll always buy, like, 6, and I'm covered for the next 2 weekends. What are you doing, Mr. Racco Stacco? Plan for the summer is to keep it loaded with 15 different flavors mixed up once or twice a week on day. Yeah. I mean, that definitely sounds like a good plan. I'll let this guy take it. Haha. Not gonna get me today, bomb. $8-ounce single-serve cup, even at that price, you're cheaper than the dispensary? Yeah. Ah. Well, I don't know much about ice cream making, but that definitely does sound like it would take a while, yeah. Honestly, the only thing I know about ice cream making is the stuff that you've told me about. And even then, it's hard to get, like, the full picture. The full picture. In descriptions and stuff like that. I think Racco Stacco here is a little bit confused. Fancy custard-based stuff? Gotcha. It's better. Oh, so it's better than, like, the actual shit you make at your job? Damn. I still need to go and try it at some point. Like, there probably would have been a chance, like, where I could have gone. Well, I was about to say it, right? But then, you know, I don't want to dox you. But there's probably a chance that I could have, like, gone there at some point, like, over the past few years. But then, you know, like, COVID and stuff, right? Especially because, you know, you remember that the entire reason that I would be in the area is because my grandmother lives, like, close by, right? And, well, for obvious reasons, the last person that I could possibly visit during all the COVID stuff is my grandmother because, you know, she's old. So I haven't seen her in a very, very long time. Meaning I've had no reason to go up there for a very long time. But at some point I will try that ice cream. It was scary this year, COVID aside. It was just 100k people downtown constantly. Jesus. Yeah, that sounds really fucking packed. Is there, like, ever a down period? I guess maybe, like, right before you close for the winter, right? Because at that point, there's probably not a ton of people. Or is it still packed even then? Do you have any... We haven't gotten any Magicite yet. I'm gonna pop an Intuition. No, it cursed. Yeah? You're still packed even during, like, the times when you're about to close? Why do you close, then? Oh, it's usually not that busy. Gotcha. I will say, it seems like there would still be demand for, like, an ice cream place like that, even during the winter. Is it, like, the owner choosing to close down, or does business just really fall off hard when it hits the winter season? Because, like, I get that ice cream is more of a summer thing, but I don't know, like, I have ice cream year-round. Like, I definitely would not pass it up. It's dead? Ah. Gotcha. I guess it does get pretty fucking cold up there, so I can see that. After Christmas, everybody's closed for 2 months. I see. I mean, I would imagine it would be, like, pretty busy, like... I mean, during Christmas, at least. Maybe it's just, like, the Cape, but... there's definitely a lot of places open on the Cape during Christmas. Like, it's pretty busy around that time. Because I've been there a lot around that point. But I don't know how it is there. You would die if you didn't take a break? Yeah. No, that makes sense. Like, I just wasn't sure. Like, yeah, if there's no demand in the winter, then it's a smart business decision for sure. But it's just, like, it's crazy that you have massive lines in, whatchamacallit, like, in the summer, and then in the winter it's, like, that dead. Like, really polarizing. Where's the exit? Okay, over there. Should be good. I kind of want to get this treasure coffer, though. Watch, I'm going to activate a trap, and then everybody's going to be pissed off at me. Oh. Nice. No petrification. Huh. Wait. Okay, a cursed horde is on this floor somewhere, so I'm gonna look for it. Fuck. I might... Oh! Close, close. Yeah, that's a petrification. And... Oh! Nope! Not fucking with that. That was so close. Come on. It's the cursed horde. Don't you guys... fine. Man, pug groups really don't care about finding treasure. Lame. Lame, lame, lame. Pop another one. Oh, I should probably... These guys did a really fucking big pull here, huh? This is the first time you've ever gotten recommended and you have no clue what I'm playing? Final Fantasy XIV. So, like, wait, does that mean you've never seen any of my videos at all and YouTube just randomly recommended it to you? Because if so, that's interesting. It does say the game if you go into the YouTube description, the game's on there. Do you have any other magicite? Nice. At the end of every season, me and the owner are just both ripping our hair out and we don't care about anything. The amount of kids that ignore chests through Railing Caverns runs, dude, I feel that, yeah. Like, in this, I kind of get it. People are just running this to level up their alts and they don't give a shit about, like, you know, the cosmetic bonuses, but... I mean, Classic WoW. If you're skipping chests in Classic WoW, what are you even doing, right? That's, like, part of the appeal. I mean, the nice thing is, as a tank, you know, for dungeons in Classic, I control the flow of combat. So, if I tell my group we're going over here to grab this chest, they fucking listen, right? But a fresh Classic server? Yeah. I mean, maybe some people are just like, fuck it, I don't care, go, go, go. I will say, I saw what's his name? Joker D? He died on his, like, race to world first thing. And, like, I'm not gonna lie. Little bit of karma there. Like, I know some people really hate the dude. I'm kind of, like, partially indifferent, but I do think it's kind of ironic that he died racing to world first 60 in Classic WoW. Considering, like, you know, the thing that he's famous for is, like, the copy pasta of, like, do you know who I am? Like, I'm world first 60 in Classic WoW. I can do whatever I want. So, I love that copy pasta. So the fact that he died while racing the world first 60 in Classic WoW the second time, I think is pretty ironic. But some people really fucking hate the dude. And, like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, it's, like, kind of whatever. Like, you know, sure, he's an idiot, but, you know, there's lots of people who are idiots. Died at 50? Yeah. I watched the clip. It seems like what people are saying is, like, he just kind of was, like, extremely tired and zoned out and just did a stupid pull, which, like, I get, right? Hell, that's happened to me. You know, when you get really tired, you do dumb shit. So, I can understand that. I don't know, I never understood the appeal of that guy. I remember at the start of Classic, I tried watching his stream, like, once or twice, and I just wasn't interested. But then, I did hear about the whole copy pasta thing, and I watched that clip, and, like, man, that was, like, one of the funniest things I've ever seen. I've seen some people saying that, like, he said it ironically, because it was like, oh, it was clearly ironic. He was trying to, like, basically copy the, Navy SEAL thing. And I don't know. Like, when you read it in text format, it really does seem like a copy pasta that's, like, influenced by the Navy SEAL thing. But when you listen to, like, how he actually said it, it really sounds like he was serious. So he's either, like, a really good actor, or he was dead serious when he said it. And I think he was probably pretty serious. Now, it was stupid, right? But, like, that's whatever. But it was funny as hell. I think, like, the problem that he probably has is, you know, it's one thing to do something really dumb. And, you know, really shitty, really dumb, and then people give you shit about it and they move on. But he happened to do something really stupid that is also fucking hilarious, because that clip is so much fun to watch. Like, it just makes me laugh my ass off every time. So it's like, it's the kind of dumb thing that you see somebody do that just stays with you. Like, watching those videos of, like, people, like, riding a bike and then, like, just completely wiping out. It's like, it just sticks in your memory. It's, like, funny, but visually funny, too. So because of that, like, despite barely knowing who this dude is, I remembered the dumb thing he said. So that's probably pretty fucking rough, admittedly. Because it's not an easy thing to forget that. I think he's a professional troll. I mean, admittedly, right? If he was going for that, if that was his intention, if he wanted that to be, like, a bit, and he wanted people to, like, hate him for that, he succeeded. Like, hands down. It definitely boosted his popularity. Well, it boosted his, I I guess, what's the word? More people know about him. Because I barely knew who the dude was. I just knew that he was the world first 60 in Classic WoW, right? But I didn't really know much about him. And after that clip, I did. So it made more people aware of him, that's for sure. And there are some people who do think that there's no such thing as bad publicity, right? I disagree with that. I definitely think there is such a thing as bad publicity, but bad publicity can in many ways help you. And he definitely did benefit from it, I would say. Well, depending on how you look at it. I guess it's hard to say. Because, like, he did get kicked out of Method, and it kind of fucked him over a little bit. But it did make him, like, pretty infamous, and as far as I know, his stream's still pretty popular, so... Everybody has their own method, I suppose. And some people's method is sucking Blizzard's dick, and, yeah. Off topic, but I really fucking hate that. There's some people who are just, like, overly simps for Blizzard, or, like, at least the WoW dev team. They deserve fucking nothing. And I just hate when people do that. And then, I'm not going to get into that. That one is a rabbit hole that I'm not going to fucking escape from. When I start ranting about that, I'm not going to stop. And it's also mildly unrelated, so. We have 2 Magicites, though. Oh, also, something that I just remembered. Last night I watched the, Wheel of Time with my dad, and it is interesting how so many shows these days are like, they're trying to be like the next Game of Thrones. It's like, it's painfully obvious. And admittedly, I read the first 2 books of the Wheel of Time. It was good, but I kind of got a little bit bored and stopped reading. And my dad is like, yeah, my dad read the entire series, and he's, like, a mega fan. Like, he met Robert Jordan. He has, like, multiple signed, like, copies of the books from, like, book signings that Robert Jordan did. So he loves that series. I mean, he's the one who tried to get me into it. It's like... so here's the thing. I don't think it was bad, right? Like, I know... Love, you said that was bad. I don't think it was good. I will say that much. It could have been better. A lot better. Oh, you sensed the accursed word calling you. Yeah, I don't know. It was like, in my opinion, it was just super mediocre. Soda Poppin did a watch party for it last night because he was sponsored to do it and said no thanks in the 3rd episode. Wait, so he didn't even watch the 3rd episode? Jesus. Or like he finished it and then said, yeah, this show isn't for me. I did see that he was doing that though. It popped up on like my my recommended. She was like an extra downy avatar. So, I will say, it's a shame, because Moraine is actually a pretty cool character in the books, right? I actually think the books are really good, but here's the problem. They didn't focus on the characters at all, right? Like, that's why it's such a shame, because now, I hate to say it, but The Wheel of Time, the show is gonna bomb. I don't think it was terrible, but it definitely wasn't nearly good enough to be considered a good show, right? And it's probably gonna bomb because most reviews that I read are really negative, and like, yeah, I just don't think they did a good job, right? And it is a shame because I read the first 2 books, and it's actually pretty good. The series, that is. Like, the Wheel of Time books, I've been told they get better. It was a little bit slow at first, so I wasn't a huge fan of it. But the characters especially are the highlight of it, right? And no, it's a shame, right? Because the Game of Thrones adaptation, you know, say what you will about the ends, but the first season was very good. Like, they obviously had to cut some minor things, but lots and lots of, like, the best parts of the Game of Thrones book translated into the show very well. And I think, like, one of the biggest things that Game of Thrones did right is the characters. Because, you know, everybody loves, like, certain characters in Game of Thrones. Like, Tyrion is an amazing character. And you really grow to like Tyrion over the course of, like, the first season and just the show as a whole. And one of Wheel of Time's greatest strengths is its characters, the books, not the show. So the fact that they really did not focus on the characters at all and made them, like, just blank slates, I don't understand. Like, Matt is the only one that got any sort of characterization, and he is one of my favorite characters in the books, and he's way, way better in the books. And he's, in my opinion, the best character in the show, because he's so good in the books that they managed to write him in a way where it's like, it's hard to fuck him up, because he has so much character in the books that, like, you can't even really fuck that up. But, it's a shame, because all the characters, in my opinion, are really good, and they just did not translate at all. You love Game of Thrones still, and it was a flop and we ignore it? Yeah, first few seasons definitely were really good. But that's why it was good, right? It was good because of the characters. Like, the plot of Game of Thrones, you know, it's fine. It's nothing special. It's just, it's okay. You know, it's not bad. But it's the characters that really sell you on the world of Game of Thrones, and the show in general. Because you get invested in those characters. So, yeah, I don't know. I think it was a real strange choice for them to do that. They also, the weirdest thing to me, right? And this, like, I mean, I don't really care about spoilers because, like, it's the first 5 minutes of the show, or I guess first 30 minutes of the show. But it's not even a spoiler for the books. They did this whole thing, because you said you watched it on Soda Pop and stream, right? So you remember the first 2 episodes, right? Because there was some weird changes that they made that are just really confusing to me from the books. Because they, like, it's actually very different, I would say, in terms of the direction of the story from the books, but in the strangest ways that, like, you would be like, why? Oh, you didn't even watch it. Okay. Well, good. It was that bad? Yeah. So, one of the things I didn't understand, there's a character where he, like, all of the main characters, like, all the main, like, protagonists that you follow, for the most part, like, 4 characters, are supposed to be, like, kids, right? They're not, like, young kids, but they're, like, teenagers. They're relatively young. And for some reason, they made them all, like, kind of young adults, sort of. Like, they don't outright say their age, but it's implied they're, like, either 18 or in their early 20s. For no reason, they just aged up all the characters. One of the main characters has a wife in the first episode of the show. And he's not married in the books. Like, he's just a kid. And that was one of the changes that I'm like, why? Because then, in the first episode, they kill off his wife. So, they wrote his wife into the show, they aged him up, gave him a wife, and then killed her off in the exact same episode. And I'm like, why? It's such a nonsensical change. Like, if you're going to disrespect the source material like that, it's such a weird way to do it. It just, at that point, why bother? So I didn't understand that. The big demon dudes were dressed up the same as Satan from the Tenacious D movie, and all you could think about was them singing about gargling mayonnaise. Yeah, they did look pretty silly. Yeah, the CGI was, it felt a little bit, not there. Especially for something made by Amazon. But then again, Amazon doesn't really have a great track record as of late. Like, between this and New Worlds, they are really not hitting on all cylinders when it comes to, like, expanding into different, businesses. Soda's comment under death was, "You killed the only hot person on this show, now it's not worth it." Oh, brilliant. Yeah. And they made her up for the show, too. Fucking insane. Well, knowing how much sex is in the show, they sort of had to age them a bit. But, like, why? So, and here's the other issue, right? Because, Tough, the reason they wanted... Yeah, I agree that the reason they aged them is so that they could have them have sex in the first episode, right? That is the reason they aged them. Why? Because in Game of Thrones, there was sex in the first episode. Because in Game of Thrones, that was a major part of the world. Or, not the world, just the story, right? It was a major part of the story that, like, it's edgy. And there's, like, characters who are having sex and incest and ooh. And it was like, you know, this isn't your grandma's show. Like, that was part of the appeal of Game of Thrones. Or at least for a lot of people it was. I thought that was like, okay, dude, right? But so many people are like, oh, Game of Thrones is edgy. And because of that, so many people think that the way to recreate Game of Thrones, the way to make a really good show, is you need sex and violence and people need to die. So they have two characters have sex in the first episode where in the book, I mean, I won't spoil too much, but like they're meant to be a couple, but they're like for a large part of the book, a large part of the series, it's like an on-off thing. It's like, it's more like Pam and Jim than anything, where it's like, he's like really shy and he's like kind of afraid to like talk to her, but like they both kind of like each other, but they're both too afraid to confess their feelings because they're kids and they're like really immature and stuff like that. And that is like a whole big thing throughout like the books. And honestly, it makes the characters feel more human. It makes the characters feel more human when like Rand, the main character, the guy who's like, you know, the chosen one or whatever, is like sitting there worrying about like asking this girl out and like tripping over his words and stuff like that. It makes him feel way more relatable. He's a good character. And then for some reason in the show, they age him up and they make him have sex with her in the first fucking episode. It's like, what? Why? You know, because not only does that undercut like the entire like building up of the relationship of two of the main characters in the show or in the books, right? But it's just, it's needless sex just for the sake of saying our characters fuck. Like, it's so stupid. It's so fucking stupid, man. If that was a thing that actually happened in the books and they translated it, sure. But they literally made it up just for the show and it pisses me off. It really does. And then the whole thing about like characters dying, violence, they were too afraid to kill off. Well, I wouldn't say too afraid, right? Because no main characters die in that opening sequence, right? So they can't have any main characters die. So they have to invent a main character, give this guy a wife so that she's supposed to be important, and then kill her off. So you can see, wow, you thought this character was important? Well, she's not. She's dead. And anybody who read the books, so me and my dad, were sitting there like, who the fuck is this chick? And literally, so from, I kid you not, from minute 5, or whenever that character got introduced, like, my dad paused, and he was like, who is she supposed to be? And I'm like, I think they just aged him up and gave him a wife. And then my dad said, oh, so are they gonna, like, kill her off by the end of the episode, so that they can, like, actually get his arc back on track? Because both of us are like, that would be stupid, right? If they made up a completely new character and had to rewrite the entire show with the addition of a new character, that would be way too much work. So from the get-go, both me and my dad figured, well, they're obviously not going to completely change the way the story flows, so they need to kill off his wife that they created by the end of the first episode. So anybody who read the book literally saw that coming because it's so fucking stupid. So, like, admittedly, my dad was a bit more, like, honestly nice to it, actually. Which kind of surprised me, because I figured he'd be, like, all, you know, critical of all the changes. And, like, he was kind of critical of the changes, but I think, to him, like, this is a book series that he's been reading ever since he was, like, in his 20s, right? I think. I don't know how long it's been out. But it's been, like, a huge part of his life. He loves Wheel of Time. So I think the appeal to him of just being able to see, like, this world that, like, he's loved for so long, like, in a TV show was just really cool to him. And, like, I'm glad, but I almost felt bad for him because I'm watching this and I'm like, oh god, this show's gonna bomb. And, like, my dad was so excited for this, and I feel bad because, like, he really, really, really wanted this show to do well. And it's not. It's just not. And it's a shame. Because it could have. It's really fucking easy, honestly. Just, well, not, I wouldn't say really fucking easy, but it's simple in terms of just fucking adapt the books semi-faithfully. Don't make retarded-ass changes like giving one of the characters a wife and then killing her off in the first episode. Because at that point, you've just overly complicated your pilot and wasted time introducing and killing off a character that never existed in the books. There are so many other ways they could have spent that time adapting other parts that were actually in the book, and instead they did some dumbass thing that literally contributed nothing to the plot. And I can only assume it was something due to rewrites that happened, and it makes no sense in the grand scheme of things. So it's frustrating. And the sex thing is just... writers really need to get off this, like, hill of, I need to have sex in my shows because Game of Thrones did it. Like, the reason why Game of Thrones was good wasn't because it had sex. It was good because it had good characters. And sometimes those good characters had sex, because sometimes people have sex. So, you know, for some reason, a lot of people are unable to understand that. Or when I say people, I mean showrunners, and they think, oh, you know, TV watchers just want sex. Me add sex to show. Me make good show. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. And it's the dumbest fucking way to create a television show, honestly. It's one of the reasons why I've been so uninterested in a lot of, like, mainstream shows that have come out recently. Like, legitimately, ever since Game of Thrones ended, I've literally never seen a good show that wasn't either an old show that I just found out about or an anime. Because the only good shows I've seen recently have been animes. Because, for some reason, most US creators, or, like, mainstream television creators, are so stuck in the, like, Game of Thrones copycat trend now that it's just unwatchable garbage. Watch the vid, that's why Game of Thrones did well. I'm gonna have to mute this, aren't I? It's, the link isn't working. Love, send it to me on Discord. Because for some reason the link is broken in, whatchamacallit, on, the YouTube comments. Jesus, too bad, just like that fast. Nah. Link it to me on Battle.net somewhere. I can't click on that link. It doesn't work. It says, like, that link is broken or something. Oh, you don't gotta mute? I just know I mute it because it's, like, background noise, right? I don't want it to, loot the stream. I should... Have I not had my tank stance on? I guess it doesn't matter because we have a tank, but... Huh. Oh, that's the floor effect. I will say the biggest issue, with not with Game of Thrones, with Wheel of Time... God, I'm confusing the two. Biggest issue that I had with the Wheel of Time show is it botches the world building so much. Because one of the, I would say, issues, kind of, with Wheel of Time is it has... I wouldn't say this is an issue because it's very easy to convey that in a book. And they do a good job of conveying this in the book. But one of the issues I foresaw going into the show is there is a super complicated lore in Wheel of Time. The backstory of the show and, like, the magic systems and stuff are so integral to the plot. And there's a ton of early exposition in the first book of Wheel of Time, making sure you understand this world and understand what the fuck is going on. And Robert Jordan does a good job of teaching you all that stuff in the book. But it's one of those things where exposition is very, very hard to do in a TV show.
So a lot of TV shows do really ham-fisted bad exposition. The problem is, the show just didn't. It left out crucial points of the world building, or explained it in such a bad way where my sister, who watched it with us, so basically I watched it with my dad, who's read the entire thing multiple times. I've read the first few books, and my stepmom has read the first few chapters. I think she's read the first few hundred pages. So she understood the basic premise of the first 2 episodes or something like that. But even she was kind of lost because she hasn't been following along super well. And then there was my sister, who has not read anything related to Wheel of Time whatsoever. So she had absolutely no idea what was going on. And at the end of the episode, or at the end of the 3rd episode, I asked her, do you understand why it's bad for men to use magic? Because it's a big plot point in the show that men are not allowed to use magic. It's a major aspect of Wheel of Time. And they kind of hint at that in the show itself. They have men getting into trouble for using magic and stuff like that. And then they have this vague thing about men are not allowed to use magic and whatnot. But it's really important to understand why men cannot use magic. Because that's a crucial plot element. And I asked my sister, do you know why men are not allowed to use magic? And she was like, I had no idea that was supposed to be something I was supposed to understand. And that, I think, is the biggest failing of the show. There's core elements of the show's world building that do not come across at all. Whereas, this is the kind of thing that you're supposed to know by the introduction of the book. By, chapter 1, with the prologue, you're supposed to understand this. It's, integral for understanding what the fuck is going on. And the fact that my sister could watch 3 episodes and the show doesn't explain to her why this is, a core part of the world, it means that she's completely lost. She doesn't understand the core, the core story, right? The entire reason the thing is happening. So there's no stakes to the story because you don't understand the stakes at all because the showrunners did not convey it at all. And I guess it was nice having my sister there as somebody who has never read Wheel of Time or knows nothing about it because she was a blank slate. I know the reason. My stepmom knew the reason because it was introduced in the first chapter, but she hadn't even read the first chapter, so she had no idea, and the show doesn't teach you that. And it's still important to the plot. So, yeah, TLDR, Wheel of Time show, it's not good. Is the show at least a decent substitute for the book? No, not really. It's visually, it's fine. I think visually, some of the CGI is okay. Some of the CGI, people have said, the Trollocs look terrible. The evil creatures look absolutely abysmal. And yeah, I would agree with that. The CGI and, the evil creatures looks kind of comical. The CGI of, the magic casting, I think, is kind of cool. It's, at least a nice visual representation of what the magic system is described to be, kind of. I think some of the interactions between the characters are fine, and do a good way of, translating some of the stuff that's described in the books. But overall, the plot is so mangled from what it actually is in the book, and there's, huge chunks that are left out. And, I mean, obviously, I don't know how they're going to continue doing it. It's entirely possible that, maybe I'm just missing the full picture. Maybe they have a vision for this show, and it's all gonna come together by the end of the first season. But it's already steered so far off course from where the books went, where I'm just I don't really know where they're going with this. I don't see why they're doing this. I don't see any logical reason to deviate from the books so much, because it's not interesting. Nothing new that I've seen out of the show has made me go, oh, that's cool, I understand why they cut that. It's been stuff they give the character a wife, and I'm why the fuck would you do that? And that makes no sense, because they kill her off in the same episode. So, no, I would actually say in almost all regards, if you're remotely interested in Wheel of Time, just read the books at this point. I think the show is kind of, you just gotta chalk it up to a loss at this point. And it's a shame. Because, I don't want to say that to my dad. I think deep down he probably knows that. But, I know that he's still really hoping that it manages to, like, turn it around, because he wants the show to be good. But I don't see it, honestly. I just don't see it. Because here's the thing. I read Wheel of Time, or at least I read the first 2 books, so I read everything that is supposed to be adapted in this first season. I think my dad said that he read somewhere that the first season is trying to adapt the first 2 books. So, in theory, I should be able to understand everything that happens in the first 2 seasons. Now, my memory is a little bit foggy. These are ginormous books. It's entirely possible that I forget some stuff. But overall, I should be able to remember most of it. And it should also be interesting for me, right? Like, I read Game of Thrones. I loved the first season of Game of Thrones. And, you know, there's so much in there that's really nice. And even the stuff that they do, they stay mostly faithful in Game of Thrones, but even the minor deviations are still things that you can enjoy. Like, I think a lot of people will agree that all of the things that changed in Season 1 of Game of Thrones were changed for the better. Like, there are conversations between characters that you never get to see in Season 1 of Game of Thrones, because Game of Thrones, the book series, is told entirely through a POV system, where you have a POV character, and you follow that one character. So, if there's a conversation happening between 2 characters that aren't POV characters in Game of Thrones, you don't get to see it. But in the show, they had a lot of that stuff. They had a lot of conversations between characters that we would have never gotten to see in the book that I think added a lot of interesting stuff to the story. So overall, it was one of those things where you're still going to be able to really enjoy the story even after you watch the show if you read it in a book. But like vice versa too. If you read the book, you'll love Game of Thrones Season 1. There's a reason why it did so well, right? But the show adds, in my opinion, for Wheel of Time, adds nothing to the books. In fact, I think it detracts from it. And I think in almost all aspects, the book series is just a better experience. If you don't like the book series, you're not going to like the show. If you don't like the show, you might like the book series, but it's hard to say until you've actually read it. Now, personally for me, I will eventually get around to reading the rest. I found Wheel of Time interesting in that it had a very rich lore. It had good characters, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing for any story. I think before you have an interesting plot, before you have an interesting world, the most important thing is that you need to have interesting characters. If you don't have interesting characters, I don't give a shit about your story, I don't give a shit about your world, I'm not reading it. It's the same reason that, like, you know, World of Warcraft has fallen so behind. It's so hard to care about all this cosmic bullshit and all of these, like, locations that we're visiting and stuff like that, because the characters that we're actually going there with are so dull. And I've always cited Suramar as a good example of a World of Warcraft story that's good, and one of the reasons it's good is because the characters that we interact with are so well written. Belisra is a good character. The other 2 characters, I forget, Oculith, right? I still remember Oculith, and he's like a side character, because he's so goddamn well written. And there's other examples, like, I forget the name of the other chick, but she was good in the story, the sassy Nightborn lady. Lots of good characters in Suramar, and that's why it's regarded as one of the best stories that WoW has told. And, like, Final Fantasy has it all, really. It has good characters, it has a good story, and it has good world building. But the fact that Final Fantasy story is centered around the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, which are these characters that you face, like, every challenge with, it gives, like, a central grounding point for every single new story that's told. You know these characters, you care about them, and that's why you care about the story. And Wheel of Time does that really well. Valtrois, yeah. I always forget how to say the name. But yeah, no, I loved her character. So, yeah, like, Wheel of Time does that well. In the books, the cast of characters is phenomenal. Every single one is really well written, really distinct. You know, the main character, in my opinion, is a little bit boring, but the other characters, I would say, are really good, really interesting, and really make you love the story, because the characters themselves are interesting. And on top of that, it does have a really rich lore, really good just overall narrative and stuff like that. It can be a bit slow at times, which I think is the main complaint that people have about it. But in terms of, like, epic fantasy, it is a very, very good story. It's just long. That's probably the biggest issue, and that's the thing that turned me off to it. I didn't think it was bad, but like I finished book 2, and I was like, that was back in high school, right? And at that point, I'm like, man, I don't have time to read this shit. Like, it was good, but it's like 1,000 pages of book, if not more. And dear God, like when I was in high school, right? Like in the middle of chemistry class, like I would bust out a book and start reading. It pissed my teacher off, but like I didn't give a shit. Like I could study for a test and do passably okay. I would much rather read a book and just ignore the shit, pass my class, whatever. So in high school, I read a ton. But in college, I just don't have that kind of time, right? Especially nowadays with like YouTube and rating and stuff like that being like a lot more of my focus. It's just not the kind of thing I have time to do. So having like a very long thing like that is rough. I have listened to audiobooks. That's something that my dad's been trying to like get me to do more often. But point being, good book series, right? Very, very good. Show will not be a substitute, unfortunately. So, would not recommend it. Everything I know about Wheel of Time is from the Blind Guardian song, so pretty much nothing. I don't remember that, honestly. It might be in a later book, or I might just have completely forgotten it. Sent it on disc. Let me see. I don't even need to click on that video. I know exactly what that clip is. Hold on. That's good. Yes, that South Park episode was fucking amazing. It's honestly pretty accurate, though. Fucking hell. I should have known that's what you were sending to me. God damn it. Oh, let me grab the chest. We're on floor 24. So you have one more Magicite. If this one's an open floor, I'll pop the Magicite. If it's a closed floor, I'll pop Sight. Unless there's a debuff. Auto heal. Oh. Well, that was a waste of a Sight Pomander. Whatever. Could be worse, I guess. Calculated use of the bomb trap, though. Sometimes it actually can work in your advantage. At least if you play around it. Kind of want to make sure I heal before opening this, though. Okay, we're good. I'm not going to make it in time to help with that one. What's in the box? Fortune. Alright. 2 Magicites. Come on, why? This guy really likes pulling extra stuff, huh? Good to go now. Ooh, okay, we're good. We're good, we're good. No worries. Mayor of Fortune. Okay. So, can use a Magicite for 2 out of 3 floors. I'm probably just going to pop it here, because we can always get one more. Then next floor, can use the next one, or if we get lucky with Pomanders, can use like a petrification. So far, nothing. You'll be happy if you're still breathing at 80. Oh, shit. Yeah. I will say, I'm not getting 80 all the way on this stream. It's going to be across... hopefully across 2 streams. So I'm hoping that by the end of tomorrow's stream, I can hit 80. God, if I was doing all the way up to 80 just in this one sitting, yeah, I would be dead too. No, my plan is I'm going to get to 70 on this stream. Then I'm going to get 70 to 71, just finishing up some stuff like class quests off stream. Then tomorrow is going to be 71 to 80. So as far as I can get in that area. I don't really know how fast the leveling is from 71 to 80, so we'll see. But... oh, wait. Why are we just... we have 2 Magicites. Can absolutely just... easy peasy. Okay, we have tons of fucking Magicite. Jesus Christ. Yeah, also off stream, I'm probably gonna do a bit of like Paladin leveling, because Paladin is my next goal. So I want to try to get that up to 80. So next weekend streams are probably still going to be leveling stuff, but it's going to be Paladin leveling stuff. Now, hopefully it'll be a little bit faster. So I'm going to try to like plan out a route ahead of time. And if I get everything done correctly, I should. Keyword should. Okay, we use petrification. Be able to get... alright. We're just... wait. A cursed horde. Nice. Yeah, should be able to get up to 70 over the course of this week. What game is this? This is Final Fantasy XIV. But yeah, I don't know, we'll see how it works out. Gonna take a lot of damage here. It's fine. As long as I'm not dead, you're fine. Cool. I'm getting really close to maxing out my Empyrean armaments, which is good. Alright. Oh. That's 68. Okay, only 2 more to go. I can also get my next class quest, but I'm probably going to do that all in one sitting. I have 3 sacks to appraise. I kind of want to do... I'm not entirely sure if I'm going to do 2 Final Fantasy streams next weekends. I'll have to see how it goes. Like, if I still have a ton of stuff left to do in Final Fantasy, I'll do 2 Final Fantasy streams, because I'm streaming every weekend, and it helps to be able to just get stuff done. So, a lot of times it's nice to do the Final Fantasy streams, because otherwise I would just not have enough time to do it, editing-wise and stuff. And I am going to be working a lot on video editing this week. So I have a series coming out that I'm honestly curious to see how well it's received. Because it's something that I've been planning for a while. But I don't know. It's like, kind of falls into my niche, kind of doesn't. So it's one of those like types of videos where it's either going to bomb hard and nobody's going to watch it, or it's going to do really well because I think it's good. But if there's no interest in like my initial viewers and stuff, something like that, and YouTube doesn't recommend it at all, then it just dies. It dies the classic YouTube algorithm death, which is always a bit unfortunate. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen because it's something that I care a lot about. It's something I've been planning to do for quite a while. But we'll see. That is going to take up definitely a lot of my time over this next week because I don't want to half-ass that. I want to make sure that it's done properly. And the first one is semi-related, but it's the Prot Warrior video that I'm putting out on Monday. That one is like, I would say 75% complete, but I can finish it pretty quickly. The last parts aren't too hard. I just decided to delay it until Monday so I could focus on some other stuff. But everything else, that's going to be a lot of editing. We'll see. We'll see. I think it's good. I'm already making myself nervous for that. Because it's always tough to, like, you know, try something new. It's one of those things where, you know, I could sit here and I could do, like, World of Warcraft speedruns for, I don't know, forever, really. I wouldn't be able to do, like, the really crazy speedruns, but I think, if anything, I've been able to prove that even my, like, non-super well-prepared speedruns still do well. But I don't want to do that. Like, that's not what I'm trying to do. So, I'd rather take a risk and see if I can do something new that maybe does well. And if it does, great, because it's something I enjoy making. Or, you know, whatever. If it doesn't, then, shit happens. But the last thing I want to do is continue just, like, sitting here slamming my head into, like, a type of content that I just don't enjoy, which would be World of Warcraft speedrunning. Because it does well on YouTube. If I was just here to sit here, farm out videos, and try to make ad revenue, right, that's all I'd do. I would literally just non-stop make some World of Warcraft speedruns. Now, it's 5 hours, it's piss easy, and it gets views, because some reason people enjoy it. I don't understand why. I don't enjoy speedrunning, so I don't know why people like watching it, but apparently they do. Yeah. I just have no interest in doing that, even if it would get me more views than, like, streaming Final Fantasy. Because the reality is, I want to play this game. And there's a lot of guides and stuff that I want to write for this game that I'm holding off on until Endwalker hits. So, one thing that I am hopeful that will do well is Final Fantasy guides. Because I may not know quite as much about this game as I do, like, World of Warcraft, for instance, but I know a decent bit. And especially in terms of, like, crafting and gathering, I can put out, in my opinion, a lot of pretty good guides compared to some of the stuff that I've seen. And I think I would rather wait until an expansion launch when I can include all the newest information to make something like that. And hopefully it would do well. If anything, the fact that some of my New World videos actually have been doing fairly well, despite the fact that I haven't been putting any new ones out there, gives me hope that as long as I make a good guide, it can actually attract new audiences. So, fingers crossed for that. But there are some other videos, more like discussion, analysis-focused videos that I would like to make that I don't know how much interest there would be in that, but we'll see. That's something we're going to find out next week. I think one of the other things is, how do you market properly? Because sometimes the best, or the hardest thing about, like, making a video do well, or making a difficult topic do well, is how do you market information in a way where people say, huh, that sounds interesting? Because, I mean, I know a lot of people have, whenever I bring this up, have mentioned the Veritasium video, right? And I think that does a pretty good job of breaking down the problem of sometimes you can have a video about something very interesting, or at least that you think is very interesting, where you're like, oh, if people watch this, I think they would learn a lot, and it would be like really, intriguing for a lot of people. But it's the kind of thing where maybe the way it's presented in terms of like the title and thumbnail or something like that doesn't really lend itself to being or to sounding like an interesting concept. So a lot of people will be like, oh, this sounds boring, I don't care. So then it's like, how do you like package the video in a way that makes people say, oh, I want to learn about that. That sounds interesting. And I think that's kind of the biggest struggle that I'm hitting right now. It's like, how am I going to package the ideas that I want to make videos about? Because I think there's a lot of things specifically regarding tanking, right? Tank theory in terms of survivability, threat management, and utility that are really interesting. And whenever I've talked about it on stream, like I've had some really good discussions with people about it. And I've had a lot of people, if I talk to them about it like on Discord and stuff, tell me that they think it's pretty fun to discuss this stuff and pretty fun to like hear my thoughts on it. I'd like to think I've played tanks long enough to have pretty strong and solid opinions on a lot of these concepts. But it's something that maybe a lot of people don't realize they don't know this stuff. So they might see something like, how do you survive as a tank? Like, how do tanks survive? And they might think, well, I pop a mitigation spell. Easy. And that's the kind of thing that I don't want people to get that, like, perception if I advertise my video like that. So I need to find a way to make people think, wait, I actually don't know that. Maybe I should watch this video. That kind of thing. Because there's, like, a lot of tanks that don't understand basic parts about how survivability works, or basic parts about how threat management works. And it's something that I constantly see new tanks in WoW and other MMOs struggling with. And whenever I see, like, a new game come out, like New World, I see tanks constantly falling into the same pitfalls of they try to tank, they go with the concepts that they know from other MMOs that they think is standard, and they miss the big picture. And then they end up failing to tank successfully. It's the same reason why, in New World, a lot of tanks are really bad. Because they read a guide that said Sword and Shield is really good, they slap on a Sword and Shield, and then they have absolutely no fucking clue what they're doing, and they die in every pull. And there's, like, really easy ways to avoid that if you just learn a few basic lessons about how tanks function in most MMOs. And a lot of people are missing those core lessons, despite maybe even tanking at, like, a heroic level in World of Warcraft. So that's the kind of thing that I want to make a video series on, but it's something that I think a lot of people would actually learn a lot from. So I don't want to make it seem like something where people are going to look at it and say, well, I already play a tank. I already know all this stuff. This is tanking 101. Because in many ways, it might not be. More just thinking out loud here, but this is the kind of stuff that I'm debating on when it comes to making videos. It's honestly one of the main reasons why I've put off making these videos for so long. Because if you go back like a month ago and watch the recording on one of my streams, at some point, you'll probably hear me say, oh yeah, I have a video series coming out soon about, like, principles of tanking and stuff, like basic principles, right? And I've said this months and months and months in a row. Because I have the scripts, right? And I have the general, like, ideas of the videos planned out. And then I'm just never sure how I want to package it. And I'm like, how do I structure this video in a way that's actually informative and insightful for the average person? And as a result, because I can't come to a clear answer on that, I fat-fingered in a release, I'm retarded, but can't come to a clear decision on that, so it's the reason why I've been struggling so much. Now, admittedly, I think I found an answer, but that's where it's like, hopefully it works out well. But we'll see. We'll see. I also wonder how it's going to work in terms of, I know so many people are so polarized in terms of, like, World of Warcraft versus Final Fantasy. There's just, like, everybody's so locked into their own thing. So, I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't want to, like, alienate one side of it. Because the videos I want to make are talking about generic tank concepts for all MMOs, really. But I feel like if I focus too much on World of Warcraft, then Final Fantasy players are not going to be interested, or other MMO players, maybe. And if I focus too much on Final Fantasy, then it's going to alienate some of the WoW players who are, like, hardcore WoW ride or die. Something I gotta consider, I suppose. Alright. Inner release is fucking sick. I'm backing up because I don't want to get blown up by that, but it worked out. That feels like a useless cast, but depends on how in-depth you go with it. Yeah. I'm using examples from both, right? And it's also more of a generic thing. Because the reality is, like, tanking in Final Fantasy is the same as tanking in WoW. At least the core principles. What changes is the boss fights, but in terms of how you live, it's the same. Hell, it's the same in New World. It's just, it's a different coat of paint. It's something that can be summarized in 4 words, but you can write a literal essay on. Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. I have written a literal essay on it, or at least in terms of the script for it, right? Like, I could take the script that I've written for that video, basically, take out some of the colloquial parts that are meant more for recording, and format it properly, and literally make it an essay. Obviously, it's like one of those things where the fuck would I publish something like that? But yeah, it absolutely could be. In terms of depth, that is what I'm going for, right? Because there's a difference between saying, like, how do I survive as a prot warrior? Well, if you're taking auto attacks or something like that, shield block. If you need to mitigate a massive chunk of damage, pop a major cooldown. If you're only taking a small amount of damage, and you... Or I don't know, like, I guess you could just heal through it, or something like that. The only reason you'd use Ignore Pain, right, is if you, like, really, really need to mitigate damage and you need every last bit of stuff. So, that you could summarize in, honestly, that little bit. And, you know, what I'm going for is not necessarily a summary on how every single tank in every single game survives. It's fundamentals. It's, how different tanks survive. What is the difference between damage reduction, damage avoidance, and healing, right? What is the best method of survivability out of those? Is it better to avoid damage, reduce damage, or heal back damage that you've taken? And there are some that are naturally better than others, but then what are the strengths and weaknesses of each? Can one of them be really good in theory, but really bad in practice? And can another one sound bad on paper, but end up being really good when you consider realistic balancing? And that's the kind of thing that I'm covering. An example would be what I just outlined. The 3 main fundamentals, right, of tank survivability is avoidance, reduction, and healing. Those are like the 3 things that if you look at every single form of mitigation, it's one of those. You look at Final Fantasy, reduction, 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 healing, reduction. Warrior doesn't have any damage avoidance to my knowledge. Damage avoidance, traditionally, is the most powerful form of mitigation. This is something like Monk dodges. So Monk Mastery has been nerfed into the floor because it's such a powerful thing that Blizzard decided to nerf it. It's the reason why Elusive Brew used to be really, really strong and then got nerfed. You look at other stuff. You have, reset my progress. Immunities technically fall into damage avoidance. You're avoiding taking damage entirely. And immunities, in theory, are the strongest form of damage mitigation. You just don't take the damage whatsoever. That's absurdly powerful. But then, how do you balance an immunity? Because obviously, the most broken tank in the world would be one where you're immune 100% of the time and you never take damage. But that's not realistic because you're never going to have that. So, obviously, in no MMO ever, are you going to just be immune 100% of the time? You have to consider how that's going to be balanced. So, if you look at realistic scenarios, for instance, in World of Warcraft, where what has traditionally been the most overpowered, well, when damage avoidance has been tuned really highly, i.e. Elusive Brew in WoD Brewmaster, that was really broken. But then the other thing that has been really broken is healing. So Death Knight has historically been really, really good, because healing is tuned to a point where you can basically just Death Strike back any damage that you take. But it has the trade-off being that you're usually taking a shit ton of damage. So usually, it's kind of a risk-reward thing. You take a bunch of damage, you heal it back. But it requires a higher skill cap because you need to be able to respond to damage instead of just popping something in advance. Now, this is like a shorthand, ranty version of the stuff that I'm trying to concisely cover. But there's so many different ways to survive damage, and then one of the other things is how do you balance that? Because sometimes, if you're going way too much into being unkillable, I've said this a million times, you're missing out on threat, and threat is important too. The two main things that you need to be a tank is to hold threat and to do damage. On that note, I am actually going to stop the stream here because I'm feeling a little bit tired despite the coffee. So I will off stream probably get up to 71, and then I will continue this tomorrow in Bosja. But that's it. Thank you for coming, and I'll catch you all tomorrow.